Yeah, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Marie, please confirm you can hear me.
Yeah. Hi.
Yes, Jacob, good morning. I can hear you. Hello, Jacob?
No,
Jacob?
that is fine. We can hear you too, Marie. That is fine. Your remote participants can be heard and they can hear us. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, honorable members of parliament. Kindly try to come close to the front so that we are close together. Those who are sitting at the back, if you can move forward, that would be good, so that we can be as close as possible. Good morning, honorable members of Parliament. We wish to apologize for the delay in starting. We had slight hiccups with the logistics, but everything is okay now, and we are ready to start. The Vice President, Pan-African Parliament, representing the President of the Pan-African Parliament, members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, the chairpersons of the permanent committees, chairpersons of major institutions present here, dear colleagues, honorable members of Parliament from the 6 committees represented here, distinguished guests, all protocols observed, good morning once again. It is with great pleasure that I address this August Continental institution on the occasion of the joint seminar of the Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters, and the African Union Labor Migration Advisory Committee in Africa. This joint seminar brings together 6 permanent committees of the Pan-African Parliament and will be held under the auspices of the Committee on Trade, Customs, and Immigration Matters, which I have the distinct honor of leading. On behalf of all the members present and on my own behalf, I welcome you all and wish you a pleasant stay in South Africa. It should be recalled that this seminar is being held at an important moment in the history of Pan-African Parliament, whose activities had been suspended for almost 2 years due to the COVID-19, a global pandemic, and indeed the suspension of parliamentary functions in May last year. These challenges must serve as lessons, as well as opportunity to put the institution back on the right track and to continue giving hope to the African peoples that we represent. Congratulations and thanks to the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Chief Fortune Charumbira, for his outstanding leadership, and the members of the Bureau for their unwavering commitment to give a new dynamism to the Pan-African Parliament. My thanks also go to the Pan-African Parliament General Secretariat for ensuring all the prerequisites for the seminar were in place, and indeed we were able to hold the seminar today as planned. I cannot thank the host country enough for its legendary hospitality. Indeed, the joint seminar on bridging the gaps in the protection of migrant workers in Africa through advocacy for the use of legal instruments, focusing on the role of the Pan-African Parliament and the African Union Labor Migration Advisory Committee, falls within the remit of the committee in accordance with Rule 26, bracket 3 of the Rules of Procedures of PAP, which states that the Committee on Trade shall consider matters relating to the development of sound policy for cross-border, regional, and continental concerns within the areas of trade, customs, and immigration. This theme is revealing in many ways, as the adequate protection of the rights of all migrants at the national level is essential and central to migration governance. At the national level, the implementation of international and continental and regional legal instruments on human rights and migration has been slow, which constitutes a major gap in the protection of migrants. I hope that the collaborative work of the Committee on Trade and of the Committee on Trade and the African Union Labor Migration Advisory Committee will address the situation of those vulnerable groups. Indeed, the inputs and contribution of the other committees participating in the seminar will help enrich the discussions and the final outcome. To address the legal loopholes in labor protection, we'll review all existing legislation and amend accordingly. Honorable Vice President, representing the President of the Pan-African Parliament, members of the Bureau and of the Pan-African Parliament, chairperson of the permanent committees, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, I'm hopeful that the deliberations will be interactive, fruitful, and the outcomes of the meeting, as outlined in the concept note, will be realized. I would like to conclude by appreciating the presence of the members of the Bureau of PAP and other dignitaries, and also wish everyone a successful seminar. Thank you for your kind attention. With those few remarks, I would like to take this opportunity to invite the the African Union Commission, Mr. Sabelo Bokazi, Head of Division of Labor, Employment and Migration of the Department of Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development, to deliver his keynote address. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and allow me to stand here since I'm not the Member of Parliament. We recognize the President, Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, but we also recognize the Vice President here representing the President. We would also like to recognize the Bureau with which the President works with, and we would, on behalf of the African Union Commission would like to congratulate them for being elected recently to lead this important AU organ. Also would like to recognize you, Chair, Honorable Senator John Bideri, who is the chairperson of the PAP Committee on Trade, Customs, and Immigration Matters. Would also like to recognize our brother here, Dr. Elvius, who is also the chair of the Labor Migration Advisory Committee, but also representing ECOWAS. Chairperson and honorable members, we also would like to recognize all the chairpersons of the other committees of this joint sitting. And Your Excellencies, honorable members, it is with a lot of gratitude and appreciation that the African Union Commission collaborates with the esteemed Pan-African Parliament in this joint sitting of 6 committees in order to discuss the fast evolving and growing labor migration policy discourse in Africa. Our sincerest gratitude goes to the Pan-African Parliament for great cooperation and for creating this opportunity for engaging the Commission, but also the Labor Migration Advisory Committee to deliberate on the protection and promotion of the rights of migrants and to accentuate the importance of the ratification and the domestication of the labor migration legal instruments. Chairperson, today's deliberation will reinforce the continental commitments in improving labor migration governance in Africa. We also take cognizance of the mandatory parliamentary, legislative, budget appropriation, constituency representation, and oversight roles, which are indispensable for follow-through of the AU policy frameworks. The pioneering spirit of the AU galvanized Africa to singleness of purpose, a resolve to liberate Africa from the shackles of colonialism and apartheid. This set in stage for the formation of the African Union, which through its vision set Africa on a path to be an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful continent. Drawing inspiration from this AU's vision, the efforts towards integration and development are among the strong commitments renewed by African leaders at both regional and continental levels over the last decade, mainly through bold policy frameworks and legal instruments, aiming at increasing growth and shared prosperity. Epitomized by development strategic aspirations for Africa, Agenda 2063 underscores the policy propositions in respect to employment, jobs, and decent work, social security, and social protection. In line with these goals and aspirations of Agenda 2063, the AU, in collaboration with partners, has taken a lead to fast-track continental integration through its flagship programs, including, among others, I will mention a few, Chairperson and honorable members, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which seeks to bring Africa into global trade environment as one continent rather than as individual countries. It aims to significantly accelerate growth in intra-Africa trade as a driver of economic growth and sustainable development, and to strengthen Africa's common voice and policy space in global trade negotiations to keep the jobs in Africa. The other flagship program and policy, honorable members, is the free movement of people protocol and an African passport, which aims to fast-track continental integration by removing restrictions of Africans' ability to travel, work, and to live within their own continent. Excellencies, honorable members, apart from these flagship programs, the African Union Commission, working with IOM and ILO, is currently implementing a key program on governance and labor migration in Africa. The AU, ILO, IOM, UNECA joint program on labor migration governance for development and integration in Africa. This is known as the GLMP. So in our presentation, Chairperson, you will hear more about the mention of this abbreviation, GLMP. It stands for the Joint Program on Labor Migration Governance for Development and Integration in Africa. The GLMP was endorsed as an instrument dedicated to the implementation of the 5 key priority areas of the Declaration of Plan of Action and Employment Poverty Eradication, including development in Africa. Also, AU Wakadugu Plus 10 Declaration and Plan of Action and Employment Poverty Eradication and Inclusive Development in Africa, adopted by the AU Assembly Heads of State and Government in January 2015, anchored in 6 key priority areas, which is political leadership, accountability and good governance, youth, women and employment, social protection and productivity, sustainable and inclusive growth, well-functioning and inclusive labor market institutions, labor migration and regional economic integration and partnership and resource mobilization. The GLMP has been working in various labor migration thematic areas, including supporting policy frameworks and legal instruments, improving technical capacity and cooperation at bilateral and regional levels, operationalizing the Labor Migration Advisory Committee and promoting tripartite social dialogue, research, and labor migration, and support to the development of regional labor and competency frameworks. This policy area on labor migration was necessitated by its importance as a global phenomenon, as well as the need to understand the dynamics around the countries of origin, the transit countries, as well as the countries of destination. Under JLMP, the Commission is also undertaking the operationalization of the Labor Migration Advisory Committee, which is usually referred to as the LMAC, and ECOWAS here is currently the chair of the LMAC, which is established for tripartite consultation and practical coordination on labor, migration, and mobility at the continental level. The GLMP also supports ratification and domestication of key international standards on the protection of migrant workers, adoption and implementation of labor migration policy frameworks. Honorable members, increasingly, It is evident that Pan-African Parliament plays a key role in the achievement of the gender-responsive and human rights-based labor migration architecture in the continent, including policy propositions advocated by African Union through the GLMP in supporting ratification as well as domestication of key instruments and standards on the protection of migrants, adoption of and the implementation of labor migration policy frameworks. The Commission, through the JLMP, plans to provide technical assistance to selected member states to develop their own national migration regulatory and policy frameworks, taking into consideration relevant international and regional human rights, legal instruments, and policy frameworks. To achieve these goals, the Africa continent will continue to promote intra-Africa migration and mobility. Your Excellencies, as I conclude, I would like to take this opportunity to underscore that the Commission has observed with great concern the risks faced and the protection is needed for migrants, including migrant workers and members of their families with respect to labor exploitation, the full enjoyment of fundamental rights, and the rights expressed in international labor standards are not adequately addressed. Migrants are already vulnerable to human rights violations, as well as not being citizens of receiving states, and due to their status, many often live and work in abusive and precarious situations. Through collaborative efforts of the AUC and Pan-African Parliament, we will continue to encourage member states to strengthen the protection, promotion, as well as safeguarding the universal human rights of labor migrants for all migrants, and uphold the principle of equal treatment and opportunities, as well as non-discrimination. We look forward to a continued warm working relations with the Pan-African Parliament, not only in labor migration, but on a number of also policy areas. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and we wish this august House fruitful deliberation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sebelo Bokazi, for those very important remarks that address the theme of our meeting today. I'll take this opportunity to invite the Labor Migration and Advisory Committee Chairperson from ECOWAS, Dr. Alves George, to make his keynote address. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to deliver my speech in Portuguese. Ilustre Senhor Vice...
Your Excellency Vice Chair of PAP, dear from the Customs, Trade and Customs members of PAP, dear representatives of Africa, ECOWAS, members of ECOWAS, dear members of the Pan-African, the African Union Labor Migration Advisory Committee. It is with great pleasure that I'm here with you in this beautiful city of Johannesburg for this joint hybrid seminar between the Pan-African Parliament and the African Union Labor Migratory Advisory Committee on how to approach the situation of migrant workers, women and children on the use of legal instruments, the role of Pan-African Parliament and the African Union Labor Migratory Advisory Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, first and most of all, in the quality of a representative of His Excellency, Dr. Omar Ali Touré, Chair of the CEDEAO Committee as President of the AU ELMAC, I'd like to take this chance to thank the African Union, the African Parliament, Pan-African Parliament, and all partners, GIZs, for their immense contribution to make this seminar possible. I'd like to take this chance to thank and congratulate all interested parts and those that host this meeting, as well as the South African government for the excellent facilities that have been provided for this very important occasion. Distinct ladies and gentlemen, guests, with the AU LMAC mandate straightly aligned with the objectives of the GNLP and contributing for the advocacy on the migratory workers and align it with the African frameworks of the African Union and as well as international human rights that are relevant to migrant workers and other cooperation instruments. We should actually mention here the set of meetings that we have had on these key issues that affect, if you like, migrant workers in the informal sector, migration, mobility of professional health workers, and perspective of laborer migrant key aspects to be attained that were affected by COVID-19 and all other institutions of human rights and standards that are used to reinforce the protection of migrant workers and respective families. The objective is to promote dialogue so that PAP can collaborate with AU LMAC to promote the protection of migrant workers and touch base on the current status of discrimination of women and men that are migrant workers. And also, if you like, to look at the Pan-African or an African Union Labor Migrant Advisory Committee to build up partnership that includes all interested parts who have their rights and duties related to the migration, civil society, the private sector, workers, and representatives of migrants, international partners that are key and priority for their effective advancement and the human advancement of the needs, regional and continental needs, including policies of liberal governance that promotes a coordinated and safe environment for migrant workers, and at the same time of offering, if you like, protection of the most vulnerable migrant workers. In that sense, the objective of this meeting is extremely important because it will allow discussion with PAP as representatives of the African peoples on the modalities and cooperation strategies, giving the platform for the mandates and incentives vis-a-vis the attainment of the objectives of GLNP and improving laboral migration workers, their rights, and covering all the gaps and deficits in the labor force of these migrant workers, as well as the social protection mechanisms. We should also deliberate on the best practices, critical barriers and challenges, as well as identifying innovative solutions to increase ratification and domestication of legal instruments that are relevant to this issue, and also facilitate the advocacy and strengthening the capacity of PAP to improve labour migration instruments, and also, if you like, make the legal instruments of the African Union visible on the labor migrant workers. We hope that all the deliberations in this issue will help us attain the objectives of these initiatives, and the results and the outcomes of this meeting will improve a better understanding of PAP constituents and their understanding vis-a-vis GNLP to actually uphold cooperation and advocacy of labor migration, and with a joint communique defending that the African African member states will better rectify legal instruments for the protection of migrant workers and relative members of their families. And as such, to, if you like, to have the commitment of ECOWAS member states to improve and harmonize all the African Union treaties and respective instruments vis-a-vis labor, migrant workers and labor and their movements in Africa, and as such, develop the synergies within the legal instruments. Dear members of PAP, members of the African Union Labor Migration Advisory Committee, by thanking the South African members of the government for hosting this meeting, as well as ELMAC and all related parties. We hope that this workshop will be successful and with fruitful deliberations, with a coherent cooperation in order to defend our interests and advance within this issue. I do thank deeply all the participants, and I hope that we will have very, very good deliberations in this meeting. Thank you very much, all of you, for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alves, for the very important remarks. I'll take this opportunity to request Honorable Dr. Francois, the fourth Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, who is also representing the chairperson of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, to officially open this hybrid meeting. Honorable Sir.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is on behalf of the President of the Pan-African Parliament that I would take the floor at this hybrid seminar on filling the gaps between the migrant workers, female and male workers, and resort to legal instruments, the role of the Pan-African Parliament, and the African Union Advisory Committee on Migration, Labor Migration. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable chairpersons of the committees, representatives of institutions, representatives of the African Union Commission, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is for me a great honor to address you, to express my joy and satisfaction for the organization of this joint committee organized by the Committee on Trade, Customs and Migration on the sidelines of the statutory sittings of the committees of the Pan-African Parliament. I would like, first of all, to commend and encourage such an initiative that will be a good start for technical, dynamic cooperation between the Pan-African Parliament and the ELMAC on migration, labor migration issues. This laudable initiative, held jointly by 6 permanent committees of the Pan-African Parliament around this important issue on labor migration in the African continent, is also one of the merits of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliaments. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate and thank wholeheartedly the experts of the African Union for their constant availability to share their knowledge and expertise in order to build the managerial capacities of the MPs in various fields of competence. it would be a remiss of me not to mention the presence of the MPs, of the members present here, despite their busy schedules and the problems that they encounter each time they come here to the Pan African Parliament. I would like to address to you my encouragement and invite you to persevere in this struggle, because the aspirations and expectations of our populations are huge. The Committee on Trade, Customs and Migration of the Pan African Parliament and the Advisory Committee of the African Union Commission on Labour Migration have agreed on the need to organize a joint seminar on the theme to fill the bridge addressing gaps in women and migrant workers' protection in Africa through advocacy for the use of legal instruments, the role of the Pan African Parliament, and the African Union Labour Migration Advisory Committee. This theme has not been chosen at random. It is part of the action, the joint action of the African Union Advisory Committee, ILO, IOM, and UNECA, in order to strengthen the effective governance and regulation of labor migration and mobility for enhanced sustainable development, for inclusive economic growth and regional integration of the African continent. In this respect, this seminar, which will be a framework for exchange and experience sharing on labor migration in the African continent, aims at reflecting on the means to enhancing the legal arsenal in this field. The migrant workers are vulnerable persons that are victims of violations of human rights because they are not citizens of the host countries because of their statutes. They often live in very precarious situations. Women migrants also are confronted to other challenges, including gender-based violences. According to the third edition on statistics on labor migration in Africa, the continent had 23 million international migrants, including 20 million made of population in age of work. Only 14 million international workers were employed in 2019. This is why managing labor migration is a fundamental issue. It ensures the stability and the development of our continent in an interdependent world where labor force is essential because these workers contribute to the development of the host countries and also fill the gaps of and the loopholes of the labor market. Therefore, it is necessary to protect the labor migrants legally, the vulnerability of these people, of these migrants, and also in order to fight against any discrimination. The Pan-African Parliament, as a consultative organ of the African Union, is called upon to be a leader in the process of the ratification and legislative incorporation of legal instruments in the field of the labor force mobility, ratification and implementation of international and regional instruments on labor migration remains a challenge for the continent, because the member states are not all at the same level of advancement towards ratification and in legislative mainstreaming of the legal instruments. This joint seminar will consider in depth the following issues: the legal international, continental and regional frameworks in the field of migration, the refugee regime, international standards of labor, trade and services, the free movement of persons, and international criminal law in relation to the illicit trafficking of migrants and human trafficking. The analysis of all these issues will lead to resolutions and recommendations that you will incorporate in your legislations in order to contribute to the positive revision of the legal instruments related to the protection of labor. And at the same time, you will have to lead some advocacy campaigns to the remaining countries that have not yet ratified these instruments. Dear colleagues, dear participants, I do hope that the personalities present here in this joint seminar will get familiar with the conditions and international treaties in the field of labor migration, especially the adoption of the African Union Protocol on the free movement of people, the AFCFTA. Agenda 2063, the political migration framework of the African Union. As representatives of the African peoples, we are expected to make sure that our actions and efforts on strategies aiming at implementing migration policies, adequate migration policies, in order to ensure the protection of our migrant workers. We need also to work hard to achieve our lofty objectives. So I'm convinced and I'm confident that this joint seminar will improve the knowledge and expertise of the members of our committees on the international treaties and conventions, and will enable the Pan-African Parliament to define strategies to promote and reinforce the migration policies of our workers throughout the continent. Given the importance of this theme, I would like to invite you to follow very closely the various presentations that will be made to us in order to open constructive discussions in favor of our migrant workers. Let me now declare open the deliberations and the procedures of the joint seminar on our legal workers through the advocacy for the use of legal instruments, the role of the Pan-African Parliament and the African Union Labour Migration Advisory Committee. I thank you very much for listening.
Let's give a round of applause to our guest of honor. Thank you so much. We have now come to the end of the opening session. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our guests that have made their key remarks related to the theme that is our focus of our discussion today. And also, I wish to recognize the presence of our Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament for being here. This is very important for us because it shows how committed they are in terms of supporting our work as committees. So I would like to thank them very much for being here. So we have come to the end of this session. We are slightly late, but I believe we shall be able to cover what we had planned to do. If our guests are willing to continue with us, we will certainly welcome them. But if they want to leave at their own pleasure, we will also allow them to do so. So right now, then, we will move to the next session. We can see off our guests, those who would want to leave now, but we'll continue with the next session. Okay. You see, okay, very good. Thank you so much. So thank you very much. Our next session is that the technical aspect of this session. We have about 4 sessions. I would like to go through the program very quickly, although you already have it. The first session will be moderated by myself, and the presentation will be done by the GLMP from the African Union Commission, Madam Odette. I hope she's around. Thank you so much. Then the next session will be moderated by the chairperson of the PAP Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disability, Madame Mariam de Gabala. But that will be after a discussion. Every session will have a short session of discussion. And the presentation will be done by Ms. Barbara Banda, member representing women in cross-border trade. I hope she's around. Welcome. Then the third session, after that we'll have a discussion, and then the third session will be moderated by the chairperson of the PAP Committee on Justice and Human Rights, Honorable Jean-Marie. He's around, so he'll be moderating that particular session, and then we shall also have a discussion. Then thereafter, that discussion will be presented, the presentation will be done by somebody from LMAC again. I hope that person is here. Then the fourth session, which is the final one, will be moderated by the Deputy Chairperson of the Pan-African Committee on Trade, Customs, and Immigration Matters, basically looking at developing the final communique as well as the way forward for the Pan-African Parliament. And then after that, we shall have a closing session, which will be done by the Chairperson of the Pan-African Parliament Committee on Health. So that's how the program looks like, and I hope we shall be able to go through it very quickly. And without wasting a lot of time, I think you all had an opportunity to look at the concept note. I'd intended to briefly talk about it, but because of short of time, I will not go through it. But basically, what we are discussing here is issues related to migration and the challenges that face men and women migrant workers. And we are lucky to have experts to be able to make their technical presentations, and after which we shall be able to have an opportunity to discuss those presentations. So without wasting a lot of time, allow me to invite Madame Odette to make her keynote address, and then thereafter we shall have a discussion. Welcome, Madam.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. My name is Odette Sarboli. I'm the new GLMP program coordinator for the African Union Commission. I hope that the presentation will be shown. Where are the technical first? So if not, maybe I will just proceed. It's already there on the screen. Thank you so much. So it's my single honor and pleasure to present to you today the joint program on labor migration, governance for integration and development in Africa, better known as the GLMP. So next, please. So what is the GLMP? The GLMP is a joint program on labor migration governance for, as I just said it, for integration and development in Africa. And it's a comprehensive program, which is quite bold and transnational program in Africa that ambition to strengthen the effective governance and regulation of labor migration and mobility to enhance sustainable development in a very inclusive economic growth and regional integration of the African continent. So in a single word, this is a continental program that aims to promote safe, regular, and orderly labor migration within the continent. So this continental program, as its name mentions, is a joint approach, and it is implemented by the African Union Commission, the International Labour Organization, better known as ILO, the International Organization for Migration, IOM, and the UNICA. So it is also implemented through other relevant partners operating in Africa, and it includes development cooperation actors, private sector organizations, trade union, and civil society representatives. So the GLMP is an instrument dedicated to the implementation of some key continental policy instruments related to labor migration and mobility. I would like just to cite some of those instruments and policy. You have the 50 key priority area of the Declaration and Plan of Action and Employment, Poverty Eradication, and Inclusive Development. And such instrument was adopted by the Assembly of Head of State and Governments in 2015 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. We have also another key instrument, which is in line with the Agenda 2063, and which contribute to the achievement of the first 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2023, which is between 2014 and 2023, and also the UN Sustainable Development Goal, better known as the SDGs. So still under the key instrument and policy that GLMP is dedicated, you have also what we call the AU Migration Policy Framework for Africa and its action plan 2018 and 2030. Next, please. So as a continental program, the GLMP advocates for the protection, promotion, and safeguarding of universal human and labor rights for migrant workers and members of their families, because it has to be a very inclusive program. And it also upholds the principle of equal treatment and opportunities, as well as non-discrimination. The GLMP also recognized that the need of women, men and boys and girls, and varies at different stages of migration because they don't have the same needs. And I think this has been reiterated since this morning through the different speech that we have heard so far. That's why also, just let me come back. So as I was saying, the GLMP advocates for the protection, promotion, and safeguarding with a special focus on women, men, boys, and girls, because we all know that they have different needs through the different process of migration. It also promotes advocacy for gender equality and equity, as well as equitable access to all resources and decision maker to empower each person. So as being a continental program, in order to implement it, the GLMP teams has come up with some key projects, because this is a longer term program that could not be implemented at once, because it has several strategic priorities and a whole pool of activities. So to make it more concrete, so far we have been implementing some key projects. I would like just to introduce you to some of those projects, but still we are still looking for additional funding so that we can expand our intervention to all the continent. So far, these are the three main projects that we have been implementing. The first one is the GLMP priority that was funded by CEDA, and it was implemented mainly within the REX, EAC, ECOWAS, and SADC. So that first project ended in March 2022, and currently we are winding up on the activities. We have also two other projects that has been funded respectively by SDC, and CEDA. So the first one is called the GLMP Action. So it was funded by, as I said, SDC, and it started in July 2021, and it will end in December 2024. So for this new GLMP Action, in terms of geographical coverage, We are targeting two REGs, Regional Economic Committees, that are COMESA and ECOS. We have also started implementing at member state level. That's why we are currently piloting in Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Malawi, and Morocco. So these are the 5 member states where GLMP is currently being implemented through what we call the GLMP action. We have also a third new project that has been funded by CEDA that will be running from 1st of April 2022 to 31st March 2025. Again, in terms of geographical coverage, it will be EAC, ECOWAS, SADC, ECAS, and IGAD. So this third one is only focusing on REGs. And the ultimate goal is to strengthen labor migration governance within the continent. So in terms of activities, I would like just to share with you some key activities. So the GLMP activities is a response to the need identified by African government in the Ouagadougou 2004 Declaration on Employment, Poverty Eradication, and Inclusive Development. So the key activity areas of the program address mainly 2 aspects. The first one is the governance component that deals with policy, laws, and strengthening institution and tripartism. The second aspect has to do with the operational component, because we wanted also this program to be very operational so that people can see actually the impact that GLMP has in this continent. So the second component has to deal with descent to work, because we cannot talk about labor migration without referring to descent to work. Addressing skill shortage. Also, it has to do with skill portability. I think this is a very critical area when we talk about labor migration within this continent. How can we ensure that those young people that are graduated in West Africa, when they move to Southern Africa, their degrees are recognized and their skills are recognized? That's why we are also referring to mutual recognition of qualification. We cannot talk also about labor migration governance without putting an emphasis on the labor migration statistic. That's why it is also part of the operational component. We have also the protection of migrant workers, because I think during all the speech we have here since this morning, they have been referring to the vulnerability that migrant workers are often facing with, which has to deal also with trafficking. So the GLMP works with member states and the REGs. So the member states are our main beneficiaries, as well as the regional economic committees. We work also with workers and employers, because we are talking about labor, and we work also with other relevant stakeholders to address the need and concern of African migrant workers within and outside the continent. Because we all know that African migrant workers move not only within the continent, but they also migrate to other continents for work purposes. And those continents, it includes the Gulf countries and Europe. So the support is targeted to labor inspectorate, because they have the regulation rules. We also work with public and private employment agencies, because these are very critical when we talk about labor mobility. Recruitment is a very critical area. And we also, in order to ensure better and regulated recruitment practices. So as part of our intervention also, we increase awareness and advocacy for more policy that facilitate decent work for migrant workers. So we support tripartism, because we cannot talk about labor without the trade unions and the employers. These are critical stakeholders. So it includes through the policy development process. So the GLMP has mainly 4 main pillars, with capacity building as a cross-cutting approach. So we really work a lot on capacity building of our member states as well as the REC. So pillar 1, support the selected member states and regs on labor migration governance and regulation for women and men migrant workers in Africa. As far as pillar 2 is concerned, it supports women and men migrant workers to access social protection and mutual recognition of skills and education level. As far as pillar number 3 is concerned, It supports to evidence-based labor migration management through increased use of labor migration disaggregated data and statistics. And finally, our fourth pillar has to do with steering, coordination, and implementation of the labor migration issue and the GLMP. Because actually, you know, there are so many stakeholders when it comes to labor migration. That's why coordination is key to avoid duplication of effort. Next, please. Now, where do you see the role of PAP, of you honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament? Where do we see your role in the work we are doing? So we do believe that in line with the GLMP project, you have a key role to play. Let me just cite some of those roles that we are foreseeing for you to participate in creating awareness among the people of Africa on the AUC objective and strengthening the right of migrant workers under the GLMP. We believe that also you can help us promote the human and labor right of migrant workers and their members of family through the various activities of the program. We also see an advisory role for you. And this advisory role, we have break it down into two. The first one is that PAP was consulted and gave direction on the development of the Declaration on the Protection and Promotion of the Right of Migrant Workers and the AU guidelines on the development of bilateral agreement. The GLMP project have planned to undertake a number of activities with you in consultation with you. And the second part of the role, or the advisory role, that we are also foreseeing is in participating in the LMAC, the Labor Migration Advisory Committee. So PAP has contributed to the development of policy brief in various labor migration thematic areas, as well as participating during various meetings of the LMAC. And I think the seminar today is also a good example of that. So AUC welcome more collaboration with you. We also, another role is that facilitate advocacy and capacity building meetings and training for the honorable members that you are, as well as the regional and national parliaments on labor migration. Fourth, promote support the ratification of relevant international human rights and labor standards and domestication of these standards in national law and policy in the selected AU member state. I think this is one of the key objectives of this seminar today, how we can work together to promote the ratification, but mainly the adoption and domestication. And finally, support. We see your role also in supporting us in implementing the Joint Labor Migration Program. So now coming back to the implementation of this continental program. So this is how we are kind of organized. We have the staffing part. So AUC today have dedicated secondary staff at the AUC. I'm one of them. And I have also my colleague Amo here, and the others are still in Addis Ababa. We have also secondary staff at COMESA, at some regs, such as COMESA, ECAS, ECOWAS, and EAC. And in terms of teamwork, we are promoting really teamwork through creating common understanding of the project and objective, regular reporting, and continuous engagement of the stakeholders. And the seminar today also contribute to that engagement we have with all the stakeholders. When it comes to synergy, as I was saying, we have a multi-stakeholder approach when it comes to labor migration. So that's why we are trying to ensure linkage and synergy with related programs at the continental, regional, and national level. I'm sure that in all your respective countries, there are already ongoing initiatives, whether program or project related to labor migration. So our aim is not to come and duplicate those efforts. Our aim is to come and complement them. So when it comes to leveraging, we are currently leveraging on existing technical and financial resources. I told you that currently we are only operating at the regs level as well as in 5 member states. But our main objective is to expand this program so that it can be implemented in all the 54 African countries. Now moving forward, we are also trying to align the project with the GLMP through monitoring and evaluation framework. We are also promoting a uniform governance, so all the initiative under this project will fit into some existing project steering committee and PTC. And also we promote complementarity, as I just said it, and we build on the lesson learned so far from other GLMP projects, promote technical and political engagement. Last but not least, when it comes to governance of this continental program, so this is how we are organized. We have a program steering committee, we have a program technical committee, and we have a program support unit. So myself and my colleagues here, we belong to the program support unit. We are doing the daily coordination with the other stakeholders, such as IEM, ILO, and UNCA. So I would like to stop here, just for the sake of time, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Madame Odette, for that presentation, which highlights the challenges that exist, but also the role of the Pan-African Parliament in terms of collaboration on this particular issue. Honorable members of Parliament, obviously, like we have been informed in the presentation, the Joint Labor Migration Program was officially launched in February 2022, and its aim was mainly to strengthen effective governance and regulation of labor migration and mobility for enhanced sustainable development, for inclusive economic growth, and regional integration of the African continent. And like we've been told, it builds upon the implementation of the fifth priority area of the Declaration and Plan of Action on Employment, Poverty Eradication, and Inclusive Development, which was adopted by the Assembly of Heads of State and Governments of 3rd January 2015 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And therefore, this particular seminar we are attending now will aim at fostering a dialogue for Pan-African Parliament to collaborate with AU LMAC and to promote the protection of migrant workers and address the increased discrimination faced by migrants, especially women and men labor migrants. And PAP, being a legislative organ of the African Union, it's expected to play a critical role in the ratification and domestication of relevant legal instruments on labor and migration. So some of these issues have clearly been highlighted in the presentation, and without wasting a lot of time, we'll give an opportunity to honorable members of Parliament to make their either comments or questions on the presentation that we've just listened to. And because of the time factor, we'll try to take as few contributions as possible. We have about 20 minutes for the discussion before we move to the next, unfortunately. Unless if you're willing for us to continue into the afternoon, but I know there are committees that have some work in the afternoon, and so it will be very difficult. But let's give an opportunity to any member of Parliament that has some contribution. Yeah, unfortunately, you'll excuse me because I will not be able to mention your names, but I can see a gentleman, a honorable member of Parliament on the far left. Please make your contribution, and then we move on to the next one on the same side. And then we have a third one on the other side, and a fourth one on the other side. Okay. So let's start with the gentleman at the back.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We've had the presentations, very delighted by the comments that we've had. This is a very important discussion, and I believe that the discussion should be polarized because it's a very important issue which is affecting all our people across the continent. Honorable Chair, what I have not heard from the deliberations is the definition of migration, because we have comments such as illegal migration. And in some of our countries, migration is not illegal. What is illegal is those who coerce or kind of support or try to cajole people to move so that they can be able to traffic them. So that trafficking is what I believe should be criminalized. But migration in itself should not be criminalized. So whatever regulation or legislation that we are making, we should ensure that it is emphasized that migration is not an illegal activity. What is illegal is trafficking. And so that this thing should be properly monitored, should be properly sensitized to our various countries so that when they see migrants, they'll be able to deal with them as ordinary human beings who are looking for good life that they could not get from their home countries. On that basis, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament. The next contribution, Honorable Member.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Chair, thank you very much. Let me...
When you do your contribution, perhaps you can mention your name. It will be in the interest of all of us. Maybe we'll start with the former...
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Honorable Swaibu Toure, Member of Parliament of the Gambia Parliament, and a member of the Human Rights Commission.
Thank you very much. So you can continue, Honorable Member.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm Dr. Abanu. I'm from Niger. May I begin by thanking the presenter for the wealth of information she shared in her presentation. It was very rich and has shedded a great deal of light on the theme. I would like to understand a little further because in the presentation we were informed that there is not a sufficient level of ratification. It's very few have ratified this convention, but we've not been given any precision on this. If I've understood well, our role as parliamentarians is to attempt to emphasize the essential aspects of these conventions so that countries who have not yet ratified, they can do so. If we do not understand how far we are specifically on ratification, it may be difficult for colleagues to know if they are involved or not to increase this ratification. And then for the legal instruments now, I'm not sure what is your proposal so that all parliamentarians from different countries can understand the existing documents in this regard. So let me end, Chair. I trust I've well understood, but I did think it was 3 projects that were mentioned. On the 3rd project, could I have some information as to the criteria to lead to the choice of the countries you mentioned? This is a 3rd project you mentioned. It's where it's being carried out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member of Parliament. We'll go to the next contribution on the far right.
Thank you, Chair. Abdul from Comoros, member of the Committee of Trade, Custom and Immigration Matters. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for sending us the document earlier. That's allow us to understand better about these issues. We had a wonderful presentation from Dr. Alves, Sabelo, and now Odette. They are very wonderful. My question to the African Union Labor Migration Committee, if there is any mechanism to follow up after member states ratify these conventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Abdu. Honorable member from Uganda. You can switch off your mic, Honorable Abdu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm called Musana Eric. I'm a member of parliament from Uganda. And just like my colleagues have said, I want to commend the earlier presenters and for the wonderful presentation that is so rich and it has really energized us members. Mr. Chairman, I have only one interest to put across, and this is basically on how this program is helping member states to increase employment opportunities. You are well aware that we are scrambling for the meager job opportunities available across the continent. We well aware that this is the biggest problem we have, especially to the young people who are highly skilled but do not have opportunities. We are happy that AU is coming up to do a lot of protectionism, a lot of helping hand to the migrant workers, but we still have meager opportunities. And now we are moving up and down from state to states, but we are taking very little to support member countries in increasing more employment opportunities. And this is one of the biggest problems we have across Africa. And we are seeing many countries, many young people are in strikes, demonstrations, wanting to have better opportunities. Of course, at some level, we shall go and evaluate the quality of these job opportunities. So what are you doing in helping member countries create more job opportunities so that we can have most of these things settled once and for all? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Musa. Let's listen to the Honorable Member up there. Then let's turn the Honorable Member from Burundi. Please go ahead.
شكرا.
Yes, go ahead.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. صالح دركوي من ليبيا. الحديث عن الهجرة والمهاجرين حديث طبعا لديه شجون كثيرة، وليست المرة الأولى نحن نتحدث في هذا البرلمان عن موضوع الحجر، وأغلب المواضيع مكررة في هذا البرلمان. نحن تحدثنا عن هذا الموضوع قد يكون.
Thank you, Chair. It's not the first time that we are hearing about immigration in this forum. Oui, c'est bon, c'est bon. Yes, so thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Chair, I was saying that we have debated the issue of immigration at length. It's a very important matter, and I remember a few years ago, I think it was in 2018, we did discuss this matter, and now we are here again to further discuss it. But I think we need to rather emphasize different aspects. First of all, we need to define immigration. What do we mean by immigration? What labor force are we speaking of? Are we speaking of legal or illegal workforce? There are two types of workers. I'm from Libya, and in Libya we have many migrants in our country. In Libya now, we are talking about the issue of migration and labor once again, but you will be aware that many African migrants have lost their lives in attempting to leave their countries to seek opportunities, work opportunities, that is. They've taken risks and have lost their lives in the sea. So once again, I would like to say that this is a very, very important matter, but I think we need to be aware of what level of workers we're speaking. Are we speaking of clandestine migration? Are we speaking of legal normal migration where rules are being followed. Many migrants, as I've said, have left their countries seeking work opportunities elsewhere and have lost their lives. So I think we need to give further attention to this issue, but not be coming back every year just to talk about it without proposing appropriate solutions. I believe we need to understand what are the causes of migration, how migration is taking place, and why is it that people are losing their lives. Let's not come here just to repeat ourselves, but rather to propose solutions. I believe we need to take the appropriate steps to find solutions to the problems. Thank you, Chair.
Jean-Marie.
Thank you very much. Honorable member from Burundi.
Je m'appelle Nibrani Jean-Marie.
I'm Niyamba Jean-Marie. I am the chair of the Committee of Legal Matters and Human Rights. I'm from Burundi, as you've said. Now, this issue has been addressed from different angles. However, I'm wondering if you've included agents, labor agencies. In the documents that we have read, migrants arrive in the host country and many are ill-treated, as has been said. So I'm wondering, your program, your institution, what are you doing to address the agencies themselves who are seeking workers when they invite migrant workers to come and seek employment? I'm wondering, when migrants or workers find that they are being ill-treated when they have moved to find work, are there any, do they have any recourse? Where do they go to seek help? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have already had 6 of them, but I can see one. Let's do the last one or the last 2, and then we can give opportunity to Madame Ode to make her presentation. So the last 2.
Thank you. I'm Honorable Togarepi from Zimbabwe. I want to thank you for the presentations that really touched a lot of areas that we value as we face a lot of migration throughout the world. However, I would want us to also look at migration, intercontinental migration, where when you move from Africa to other parts of the world, we see our people being mistreated. But when it's either them coming to our side, there's little or less mistreatment of those who migrate to Africa. We also want to emphasize that the organization must take keen interest, even in Africa, where you have Africans moving from one country to another, how they are looked after, the challenges they face. Surely, at this age, after liberating Africa, we still consider ourselves foreigners in Africa. What can we do to deal with that? What can your organization help African states understand that we are just one people? We shouldn't mistreat each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable from Zimbabwe. The last, we will have more discussions even after the other presentations. So any issues that are key, we can still have them in the next session because it's a continuation of the same presentation. So let's listen to the last one and then we will give an opportunity to other discussions later.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to thank the presenters for a half-done job. First, we received documents. At the moment, we are supposed to listen and make our contributions, so I don't know whether we can migrate ourselves properly to make optimum contributions. But we are now forced to make discursive contributions. So I'll do so first. It's not clear from the presentation
kindly
that...
mention your name, sir.
Sorry?
Your name and country.
Swartwe Bernardus from Namibia.
Okay.
What is not clear is
where is the problem? Is it state institutions that are ill-treating workers, migrant workers? Is it private sector companies? Where precisely is the problem? So it's not well located. Is it a question of labor laws that are dubious or do not meet international standards? Where precisely is the problem? It's not located legally and technically. Where is the problem? The statements of migrants and diminished rights is very generically stated. It's not helpful to lead the debate. In other words, who are the perpetrators? Secondly, what is it that the colleagues are proposing in terms of what they call statelessness of the children of the migrant workers? Thirdly, I think my Ugandan colleague highlighted some important issue. What are we doing to address states' capacities? You may have problems of interstate conflict that may arise as a result of some migration that seems to be unstoppable from one country to the other. What informs the movement, therefore, of migrants in their studies from one area to the other? Is it a question of political instability? Is it a question of employment problems? What is it? Because the study should tell us what they have analyzed, what evidence they are looking at to help up to make its full contribution to the discussion. The documents are very generic. So therefore one struggles to locate where one can actually come in to address which policy shortcomings. The question of discrimination, the question of competition for jobs that migrants may be seen to be taking. My colleague also from Libya asked, what types of jobs are we talking about? Is it skills that are highly sought after? Is it work in plantations? What are we talking about? And I see the question, therefore, of child labor also it becomes an issue. So this document, I think, needs a bit of rework so that we are well informed about what we are saying. But I must say, Chair, we are new members, so there was apparently a discussion of this matter in 2018. What it resolved, we don't know, because from here, PAP is expected to go and do advocacy, to go and do mobilization, to help with better understanding of GLMP and help with recommendations on cooperation. It can't come from this document. This document is a bit empty. Now, I know the colleagues meant well, but it's very empty. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member from Namibia. If you allow me, we will give the opportunity to Madam Odette from the African Union Commission to comment on the questions and inputs made by the Honorable Members of Parliament. Try to be as brief as possible so that we can be able to move to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I will try to answer to some of them, and I will invite also Mr. Sabelo to step in if needed. Definitely, the definition of migration from Honorable Toure. Yeah, migration can be both internal or external. So we have internal migration, we have external migration, we have national and international migration. So when we talk about labor migration, mainly we are focusing on the international migration dynamic, those people crossing the border of the origin of countries to go and look for job opportunity elsewhere. So internal migration also can be triggered by many factors. Sometimes it can be unrest, it can be also natural disaster. That's why we talk about internal displaced people that are moving from one region to another region, maybe because of natural disaster, or people that are removing the rural areas to go to the cities to find also a job. This is still internal migration. So when they cross the border, we are under the international migration dynamic. I'm switching to French, if you don't mind, pour répondre à l'honorable député du Niger. La convention. Quels sont les pays qui ont ratifié cette convention? Où est-ce que nous en sommes? Ce que je vais proposer, c'est qu'à la fin de ce séminaire, on peut envoyer un récapitulatif des pays africains qui ont déjà ratifié et adopté cette convention. Ça vous donnera déjà une idée. Mais je sais que d'emblée, de façon générale.
Translation.
Yeah. Translation, if you change the translation number, you should let us know.
Can you hear me? Can you hear the interpreter? Let me repeat what I've just said. The Honorable MP from Niger asked a question on the ratification of the convention. What countries have ratified the convention? And so I would suggest that at the end of this seminar, we will send to you an update of the countries that have ratified these conventions. This will give you an idea about it. But broadly speaking, if I may, I can say that very few countries have already ratified the convention. I'm not going to point out any name, any country, but I'll give you an update of the countries that have ratified and which will enable you to make an advocacy in your countries. Let me switch to English now, with your permission, to answer the Honorable MP Abdu.
Mechanism that AU has put in place to ratify those conventions. Maybe I'll turn to Mr. Sabelo, if you can just share some of the mechanisms that are existing, or if you allow me, I just wrap up on all the questions and I will let you cover that one. Now moving to Honorable Eric from Uganda. I think you raised a very critical question regarding how we are helping member states to improve employment opportunities in the respective countries. One of the triggers we all know of labor migration is looking for better job opportunities. But also one of the challenges in this continent is the limited portability, the limited recognition of skills. Skills mobility is a real issue. We have been talking about that for years. Some regs have even started developing policies on skills mobility, portability of social benefit. But we are still at the level of development. We are not yet concretely. So through this GLMP program, what we are promoting is skills mobility, portability of social benefits. We are also working on supporting some member states in developing what we call the labor market information system. Unfortunately, currently, I don't think there is a country in this continent that have a full-fledged labor market information system. Some countries have already started investing in that, but it's not yet fully fledged. Some are very well advanced. Others are still at the startup. Because those labor migration information system will allow member states to know where are the gaps, what are the skills that are needed that they cannot find in their respective countries. What are also the skills that they can look around? Because we are talking about regional economic committees where they can find it. Let's say in Uganda, what are the skills that the Ugandan cannot be found within the Ugandan that you can find in Kenya or in Rwanda, things like that. So the labor market information system are not really operating. And we are trying through this GLMP program to also support member states to have full-fledged labor migration system. One of the areas of advocacy where you can also help us is this mutual recognition of qualification and also the skill mobility. We have been talking about that, as I said. There are even some projects that are running, implemented by other stakeholders that are still contributing to that. But I think we need a real advocacy so that, as I was saying in my presentation, when a young African is graduated from Northern Africa, he can find easily a job in Central Africa and vice versa. But currently, it's not the case. That's why employment is still very critical and is still very difficult. We have highly skilled young people that are still struggling to find jobs. Moving forward, Okay, to Honorable from Burundi, if you don't mind, I will, no, that was not from Burundi.
From Libya.
From Libya.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, you are right. Through the GLMP, we are trying to promote safe, orderly, and dignified labor migrations. But also we are trying to leave no one behind. But what we are mainly promoting is regular labor migrant. Unfortunately, the images we are seeing in Libya and other countries in Northern Africa, these are victims of trafficking. This is not the type of migration we are promoting. We are promoting really safe, as I said, orderly, regular mainly, and dignified. So that's the kind of labor migrant workers we are referring here. However, those who are victims of trafficking also should be assisted and help them regain their dignity. That's what we are referring here, but definitely we are talking about regular migration, labor migration mainly. I'll just switch to French, if you don't mind, pour répondre à l'honorable député du Burundi.
In reaction to the honorable from Burundi, it's true you mentioned recruitment agencies. I would like to come back on the role of states because migration governance is an issue of national sovereignty. There must be a legal framework. Unfortunately, in most of our countries, there is the lack of this legal framework. The management of labor migration. That is why you see in the program of GLMP, we lay emphasis on policies and legal frameworks that must be set up to manage this labor migration as in all domains. It must be managed. It must have a legal framework. Unfortunately, I worked in Burundi for about 2 years. I know Burundi very well. I know Uganda. These are countries in which I worked. Unfortunately, most often we have recruitment agencies that recruit labor and put them or send them abroad without any legal framework. And it's a problem because when these migrant workers are exposed to grievous violation of their rights in their host countries, unfortunately, they don't have anybody to make recourse to. Most often, they make recourse to embassies, which usually do not have labor experts, and it falls back on council agents. These are some of the problems. I think when you carry out your advocacy, you should help us to have legal frameworks in our various countries that manage labor governance that can address concerns, because in most African countries, there are countries that are usually destination countries but also host countries, and it really requires governance. And there must be a regulatory framework for these recruitment agencies. I know that in Uganda, which I know very well, they have a regulatory framework that govern the activities of recruitment agencies. Recently, Uganda even passed a law, I think it was last year in August 2021. They passed a law on the regulatory framework of private recruitment agencies. We need this regulatory framework. We need policies and laws on labor migration. Without this, there would always be a legal vacuum, and others would always use it to send migrants abroad, and when they are challenged, nobody would be available to help them. That is what I had to say. That is why usually we are faced with these problems. I would now go back to English.
Migration from Africa to other part of the world, the mistreatment. I think, yeah, that's a very good comment. I sometimes said charity begins homes. And I think if you look at the GLMP program, the focus is first within Africa. How can we promote a safe, regular and dignified labor migration within Africa. But we cannot also close our eyes to the fact that Africans also move elsewhere. But definitely, I totally agree with you that we need also to strengthen our efforts to make Africans feel home wherever they go. Now, moving to Honorable from Namibia for the half-done job. Allow me to apologize if the documents does not meet your expectations, but definitely what we are promoting here. Yes, we know some countries have some labor laws, but also some countries, the laws, as you mentioned it very well, that not meet the international standards. That's why we are talking about promote ratification and domestication. Because sometimes the laws are at the level of the regs, they are very well written and very well developed. But member states do not adopt them, or they can ratify them but do not domesticate them. And that's when it becomes an issue. I would like just to give an example. In 2016, I was in one of the country in West Africa. You know, we have the ECOWAS, the free movement. I'm an ECOWAS citizen. Whenever I'm moving within ECOWAS, I consider myself as an ECOWAS citizen. I don't even mention my nationality. So I was in that country, and the immigration officer at the airport told me, "Oh, you are working for this institution. I will give you 1 month entry." I say, "You are not supposed to give me 1 month entry. As I'm an ECOWAS citizen, I'm entitled to 3 months." And the guy looked at me twice. I say, "I will give you 1 month." So this shows that at the level of ECOWAS, it's a free movement. You can stay in any ECOWAS countries for 3 months. But for this immigration officer, though his country has signed and ratified, but it was not domesticated in their national law. So that's also an issue. That's what we are talking here. So the reason why people are moving, there are many, many reasons. I will just maybe cite some of them. One of them is political instability, as you mentioned it, that can trigger people to move. We have also the search for better opportunities for young people. We have also poverty. Poverty is one of the drivers of mobility, generally speaking. But we have also a new one, that is the disaster and any environmental and climate change. More and more people are talking about climate change and environmental issues being a trigger of mobility and also in somehow migration and labor migration. So there are many, many reasons that can force people to move. But these are some of the key drivers, but it's not exhaustive, but there are also others. So and also, you're definitely right to talk about the competitions of jobs, because that's one of the reasons why migrant workers are sometimes very vulnerable, because you will go to a given country and the national will say, okay, these foreigners are coming to take our jobs. And that's why today we cannot talk about labor migration without putting a focus on xenophobia. These are also issues that we should not shy away about discussing. Because the same way trafficking is an issue related to labor migration, I often say that trafficking and labor migration are two sides of one coin. If people are not recruited regularly, they are recruited irregularly, and that's when they fall under trafficking. But also xenophobia is a real issue, challenge today we need to address when we talk about labor migration. So this is in a nutshell what I wanted to share. Sorry if I do not really deep dive in some of your questions. I will turn to Mr. Sabelo if he has anything he would like to add on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Odette. Maybe I'll touch on some legal or policy frameworks that AU has, and structures that AU has put in place to try to respond to some of the challenges that are related to labor migration, but also migration in general. With regards to ratification, we do advocacy, and these are the policies of member states. There is a biannual ministerial conference that I believe we all are aware about, which usually called the STC. This is the specialized technical committees, but it's a ministerial conference that comes after every 2 years. That's where we present the documents and encourage member states to ratify some of these conventions. When we are doing our work on migration, but also labor migration, all our work is anchored on a policy that is referred to as Migration Policy Framework that was adopted by member states, so that the work, let's talk about the Libya situation where there's been an influx or a big movement into Libya. The question from the honorable member, are we talking about regular or illegal? The language that we use at African Union when we talk about migrants that are not documented, we say it's irregular migration. That's the language that we use. So we see all those movements as irregular migration. But as my colleague has said, we promote safe, orderly, and dignified and regular migration. But then Burundi, the movements here, but a challenge to all of us, a challenge to you, honorable members, the movements in maybe from Africa to other regions, we are largely a sending continent. Our people are moving to GCC countries. Our people are moving to the Gulf states, Middle East. The African people are moving to Europe and to other regions. We are ascending. Perhaps the question is, what are the drivers? Yes, that question was posed, and my colleague Odette has responded to that. But if we are talking about intra-Africa movements, the skills deficit in other areas, economic movements, people are looking for better opportunities. But then, as far as we are concerned at the African Union Commission, as a secretariat, the way we understand our member states is that our member states, it seems to us, as your secretariat, it seems to us you are not ready to allow and promote free movement. We are definitely not ready. Why are we saying that? We've got a free movement protocol that was adopted by member states, but only 4 countries have ratified these. Well, congratulations to the chair. Chair is one of, Rwanda is one of them that has ratified, and 3 others, I think Cape Verde and others. Oh, yes. So there are few countries that have ratified. What this says to us as your secretariat at the African is that we are not ready to see this free movement in the continent. And yet, the CFTA cannot succeed if there are no movements, free movements, or if we do not promote or improve free movement in the country. But Namibia, you talked about the importance of also child labor. Yes, we have a policy, a framework, which is called a 10-year plan to eradicate child labor, forced movement, but also human trafficking and modern slavery. It looks at all these illicit activities around the continent. So we're trying to promote all these. Libya, we've got, what is the AU doing about the situation in irregular migration in Libya? There is some action. There is a tripartite task force which is comprised of UN, EU, and AU. And this tripartite force includes IOM and UNHCR, which has helped to repatriate about 40,000 illegal migrants that were in Libya. So there's some efforts, but there is a big drive which creates movements. You are aware, honorable members, that just in 2021 alone, there is an area in Africa that was then referred to as coup belt. All these conflicts are also the drivers of movements, not only intra-Africa, but also moving outside the continent. And we cannot impose some laws on other regions, but we are engaging we are engaging the GCC countries, but we are also engaging with Europe, so that our people should not be mistreated and discriminated on the other side. We are calling for the respect of the international laws on migration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bello. Dr. Rivera wants to make another comment on the issues raised. So let's give him an opportunity.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
No. Thank you, Chair. Well, I just want to compliment. Well, we now know that in our ECOWAS region, people move from one region to another to look for better livelihood, to work. There is a huge migratory flux in our region, into our region, compared with other regions in Africa. It is in our region that people come, compared with other regions of the continent. That said, I would like to add that in terms of regular or legal migration, as it was said here, in our region, as you know, there is this free movement which is implemented since 1979. Even though there are border harassments, it is a practice that is well known. People move from one country to another without any visa. It is a good thing, which is not the case in other regions on the African continent. All these create problems in legal migration. We cannot have a Senegalese who goes to Nigeria or Guinea-Bissau and we call him illegal migrant. He will have document and he cannot be deported for such reasons. But in other regions, if you go to Cameroon or to Equatorial Guinea or to South Africa, Zimbabwe, you see things like that. People are deported. They are Africans, but they are deported because they are considered illegal, whereas they are Africans. These are issues that must be looked at. As MPs, I think we should carry out advocacy at the level of our governments and parliaments so that we start by ratifying the Free Movement Protocol of Africa that will enable a free movement of people from one region to another. There are instruments from the African Union on migration governance. It's a good thing. We need to ratify. I therefore urge parliamentarians to carry out this advocacy. Thank you.
Vera, I think we are coming to the end of this session. Kindly, let's give a round of applause to the experts from the African Union and from ECOWAS. Thank you so much. We are very grateful. We have very little time because we still have other three sessions. I'm told there's a coffee break and a photo shoot for all of us. I don't know, would you want us to continue so that we finish at once? Very good. I think it is unanimously supported. Thank you so much. Then allow me to invite the chairperson of the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disability to come and chair the next session. We will allow you to take about 35 minutes for the whole session. So the chairperson of gender, family, youth, and people with disability, Madam Mariam, please kindly come and take over the chair.
Okay. Merci. Mesdames et messieurs.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, after the presentation of the GLPM program of the African Union Commission, the second session will look at gaps in protecting migrant workers in Africa. I would therefore like to invite Madame Barbara Anda, member of the Consultative Commission on Migration of Labor Migration, representing women in transborder trade, to join me on the rostrum. I would like to indicate to the attention of honorables that in West Africa, for example, women are main actors of transborder trade, and they certainly face different challenges. I would also like to urge the presenter to make her presentation. We would be forced to reduce it to 15 minutes maximum, and that she should lay emphasis on what PAP can do, PAP can do, the role of PAP in handling these gaps and solving the problems inherent therein. Thank you, ma'am. You have the floor.
Excusez-moi, je vais chercher un stylo.
Honorable members of parliament in the Pan-African Parliament, good afternoon. I'm sure now it's afternoon. All protocols observed. My name is Barbara Banda, and I'm representing women in cross-border trade. I'm also representing She Trades, where I'm doing some work for the AFCFTA, looking at the women in business associations in Southern Africa. I'm a gender and trade expert. So I will be making a presentation on gaps in women and men migrant workers protection in Africa. I want to recognize AU ERMAC for including women in cross-border trade as a constituency in looking at migration, because the question would be, how does that fit in? But we know that these women are crossing borders. For example, the EAC region, we did witness at those one border stop points how women carry their goods. And this talks to the issue of the protocol on free movement that my brother Sabelo talked about. 4 out of 55. That's an absurd situation, and that will be our point of call in terms of what should PAP do. So I will premise from the fact that migrant workers matter. In a report by the World Bank, it shows that in 2021, there were remittances in the sub-Saharan Africa of $45 billion, an increase of 6.2%. This is a substantial figure or money to come into the region. But also that in terms of informal cross-border traders, 60% of regional trade in Africa is contributing to 43% of income for Africans. This is a report that was done by Trade and Law, in a consultancy company in South Africa. So I'll look at existing protection mechanism, and I'm going to be quite rapid because some of the issues have been covered by my colleague. What are the structural and systemic gaps in protection of migrant workers? The issue of decent work, and I'm going to talk from an experiential point of view. I'm not coming from the AU ELMAC Secretariat. I'm a practitioner, and I'll make some recommendation. What should you do as PAP? So in terms of the mechanisms, I've just put, I can see my presentation is not there, but I did elaborate on existing frameworks, particularly at the international level. This is looking at really the robustness of governance in terms of labor migration. But the question is, all these instruments, what are we doing about it as Africa? And we have heard from the AU point of view that these have been domesticated at AU level, but these need to come down to actually the member countries. The issue of globalization, this is talking really to multinational companies. These are the people that attract labor. And we know that they have choices. They are choosing to move factories into places where they can actually produce cheaper. For example, they would go to Bangladesh, they would come to Africa, they would go to China and start producing it using cheap labor. The greatest inability of our generation this was by ILO, it's the inability to create jobs where people live. And that's one issue that as member states we need to be asking ourselves. The issue of global warming, increased inequalities, the issue of poor adoption of policies. And these policies are available, but when we come in country, we can see that there is limited policy implementation and even the mechanisms to make sure that these policies are being enforced. So the main thing that we want to look at is the issue of decent work and how does decent work become practical. If operations are legalized, we are talking of decent work as work that is what happens before we send the migrants out of the country. Through the value chain, what are the systems in the sending country? How are they ensuring that migration is organized? And then when they go to the host country, how are we monitoring what happens to our national citizens? The issue of setting standards according to national guidelines, are the national guidelines available in our member states? Are they in a form that is accessible by the migrants in terms of language, even in terms of where can they find this information? So if I'm looking for a job outside the country, where would I get information in terms of the human rights? And where would I get information about what to expect in the host country? The issue of ensuring human rights policies and safeguards are in place. This is a big issue because when we look at the fundamental rights,
Mamela lapho yangizwa. Iyakurelate.
Okay,
Uyangithola? Angithola. Yeah, which means uyangithola. So if uyangithola lapho, you're supposed to go. Yeah, supposed to go to.
and so I am in a program that has come out of the ELMAC, which is looking at decent work. And this program is being employed.
Yeah, supposed to go.
We are starting with issues of setting up structures in country where the agents is identifiable. They are working.
Yes, yeah.
As long as they pay.
Yes.
for the work they do. And it is important that these agencies are also being monitored in terms of their staffing. Are they working with people who really understand what migration is all about? So that also takes me back to the idea of what is driving illegal migration. So if legal migration is not being properly monitored in a way that is conducive even to the agencies, we start seeing these clandestine institutions coming up, people doing trafficking literally, and then these issues, when they go bad in the host country.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that English channel? So it should be on B, not on A. Okay. All right. All good.
Parade. And so the program that I am in, the staff are trained. There's branding of this organization so that even when these locals are going to the host country, they are identifiable. You go to the airport, you see them, and you see that they are, you can identify them as people who are going into another country carrying a brand name. And therefore, that reduces the possibility of trafficking, because how do you traffic people that can really show who they are? So even the police, the immigration at airports are able to deal with these people as they travel. And because these people are trained even to handle international travel, you get to meet them, they are confident, they know where they are going, they know about the contracts that they have signed. And I want to quickly talk about the work that is being done by ITUC, publishing the stories of what is happening in the GCC in Qatar, about how these migrants are living. These are horror stories, and I'm sure all of us here have come across these stories, but it becomes a routine. Nothing is happening. It's not making Africa change its course of doing things, especially when we look at how are we dealing with intra or intra-Africa migration. So, for example, in Qatar, how can a company in Qatar respect an African when a company in South Africa is not respecting one of its own? That becomes very difficult. So they carry the day and they treat our people like rubbish. The conditions that these migrants are living in, it's things that our parliamentarians should start really interrogating seriously. When decent work is being promoted properly, the host country is also benefiting, because then from this labor, they're also able to do production. From this labor, they are able to meet, we know, like Qatar 2022, the huge FIFA projects that are there at the moment. This is an opportune moment that Africa could have come together and said no to irregular migration. So the onus is on Africa to start doing something about it. The recommendations: legal protection for migration in the informal sector. The workers in the informal sector are more at risk of injury and disease than those in the formal sector. We saw this during COVID, when our borders were shut down in countries where they were shut down. What we could see is that the big institutions that are formal could pass through the borders with big trucks called essential services. And yet the women that I'm working with, carrying masks, could not go through the same route because they were told the borders are closed. These women are also bringing essential services, and it is high time that we recognized the contribution that they are making. At the beginning, I said 43% contribution to livelihoods of African families. We need to end or reduce activities of organized criminals who exploit migrants' undocumented status? How can we improve the issue of documentation? I'm coming from a country where the cost of a passport is almost $200, where even the availability of those passports is determined by the availability of foreign currency. Yet, if we are able to promote migration in a regular way, we will be getting remittances into the country. We need to ensure better safety and working conditions, including export of benefits. We need to guarantee minimum wages. I want to speak to the issue of contracts. These contracts say one thing when job seekers are signing up in their sending country. This is because, for example, in Qatar, for them to obtain a visa, the contract should show a certain level of wage for the incumbent. But when they get there, they are then told that this was done to make sure they get a visa. The actual wage, for example, they will say 400 is what the government requires. But when they get there, it's reduced to something like 200, 250. And these migrants have no recourse. They just have to take that job. For them to get that $400 they borrowed, they need to pay it back. So when they are in the host country, they are forced. There's a big issue that needs to be dealt with. Even ITUC, that is an issue. We need to allow tax revenue and pension contributions. The issue of social protection and portability of benefits comes into play. Better access to health care. Our people are being injured and they are left to their own means without provision for medical attention, without provision for even transportation to get to hospitals. Provide access to legal recourse to protect migrant workers. In my work with ELMAC, we did come across a Chinese company in an African country with contracts in Chinese. How do the workers know what you are saying? What is the wage in that contract? How are we allowing such things to happen? Africa needs strong political leadership to bring about orderly migration. We therefore challenge our governments to address labor rights. The youth, who are 226 million of the African population, 60% unemployed, they are asking, why are you spending on arms more than on production where you can create jobs? They are asking, why are you still signing up with IMF, with World Bank, that are capping wages in our countries, that are saying you cannot employ more teachers, you cannot employ more nurses that are really trained using taxpayers' money? It's up to our parliaments who are signing up these agreements. We need to domesticate international policy recommendations based on research and evidence. We need to consider bilateral, and this time we need to consider continental agreements to regulate the relevant issues. If we go out as Africa, negotiate for Africans, there will be a change, because this is 55 countries that have got a population of 1.3 billion. Definitely, we can have a say. We need to increase private sector accountability in complying with labor regulations. Private sector is operating with impunity, and it's because we allow them. Effective tripartite labor advisory councils, this has been talked about, and the promotion of migration, labor market information systems, which is one of the products that we are bringing in the projects that we are doing, because then that helps to track what is happening with these migrants right from the day you put them into the system. It means anyone in the system is able to see, where is Barbara Banda, what is she doing, and how is she being remunerated? There is a control mechanism. And soon we are going to be celebrating the International Day of Decent Work on the 17th of August. My call is that we celebrate with the spirit of Ubuntu, putting people before profits, because their contributions to both sending and receiving countries are critical, are important. They are making a difference. I submit.
Merci, merci.
Thank you, Madam Barbara Banda, for your presentation. I'm not going to summarize what you said, but let me just flag that she noted that migration is also a source of revenue for our states through the remittances done by the labor workers in their states. And she asked a question that is, what do we do with the various instruments that have been put in place by the African Union? Why they are so weakly implemented? And then she focused on the legal protection of migrants in the informal sector, the right to decent housing, decent salaries, and social protection. We've got 15 minutes left for questions and answers. Let me take one single list of questions and then enable her to answer. Honorable Bimi, the floor is yours, and followed by the Gambia.
Oui, Honorable Pemi, vous avez la parole.
Chair, Honorable Chair, Pemi Machutina from South Africa. Chair, let me thank the presenters, even from the previous presentation. On this one, my focus is on women in particular, that I did not hear anything that talks about equal job and equal pay, because this is one of the things that expose women to various things and they don't get protection. But also the issue of women health rights and health needs that are not always spoken to, if those can be attended to. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Oui.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to seize this opportunity to thank the various presenters.
Introduce yourself, please.
I am Honorable Suleiman Sao from the Gambia. The topic of discussion is very, very important. I have more of contribution. Madam Chair, migration has been in Africa since time immemorial. And now what are we facing in our various countries? We have no respect for each other as Africans. We abuse each other. We demoralize each other. We dehumanize each other. And that's the fact of the matter. We must recognize ourselves as Africans and know that these boundaries were created by the colonialists to control us and dominate us. And we still continue to give respect to those boundaries than humanity. Look at the EU, for example. If you belong to an EU union, you can move from one part of Europe to another without being harassed. What are we seeing? From Gambia to Senegal, how close we are. Imagine an MP wants to go and attend a meeting. He stopped at the border for a laissez-passer for almost 4 hours. Couldn't attend a meeting. What kind of protocols are we practicing as Africans? More so to the migrants. We give them all kinds of names: criminals, unwanted people. As the presenter rightly said, these people, there must be a standard set for them. We must make sure that we have a proper data of migrants. They can be useful to our economy. But that's not the case. We've been seeing Africans killed in various countries by their fellow Africans. And our leaders are keeping quiet over it. Are we ready to move as a continent? So these are some of the stigma is so high. Stigmatization is so high. When I listen to both presenters, I nearly shed tears. What can we do as representatives of the people? Madam Chair, these people, they don't have access to justice in various countries. Some are under detention as we are speaking. We have brothers in some countries, I will not mention right now, but they cannot have access to health facilities. They are infected with tuberculosis. 2 of them died. The other 2 are struggling to survive. And it's happening in Africa. Honorable Chair, talking about trade. The protocols are there. But still now, you cannot get vegetables from one part of continent to another part of, one part of the continent to another. Why? And when we can export the best fishes and vegetables to Europe, and Africans are still under, poor nutrition. So we must act now, and we must have legislations to make sure that, migrants are respected. This is my contribution. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My contribution is related to unratified protocols. We have this protocol. I don't know how they come about these protocols. Then when they go back, the leadership go back to their countries, suddenly they don't want to ratify. Is it that these protocols are imposed on us? That when we come up with an idea to protect our people, to protect the citizenry of Africa, but when it goes to an individual country, the country then decides not to ratify. Where is the missing link? Where are these protocols coming from? Are they our protocols? We agree on ratifying a protocol on migration as Africa. Then suddenly we have 4 countries out of 55 countries ratifying. Where is the problem? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for giving me the floor. I am Honorable Amina from Chad. I say thanks to 2 ladies for their presentation, which are benefit for us. I would like to focus on African migration in general. As mentioned, one of the presenters said, the level of migration in Africa is not, the level is not the same in different countries. Some countries, the level is higher, and other is a little low. My preoccupation is about some countries where the migration is higher. Most of youth leave our country and go to other country inside Africa. But unfortunately, those youth are discriminated, sometimes abused, sometimes get died. And most of time we say it in Africa, one voice. What is the role of the Parliament Africa to banish this discrimination and abuse inside our continent? In my point of view, we are one continent, and Africa Union is there. When we wait to get the one passport in Africa, this I think can help the youth to get easily to other countries for looking the better life. And about the one lady mentioned about the GLMP is to responsible of the need of identification and to eradicate poverty. We have many job opportunities in our countries. For example, creating domestic factories can you reduce poverty, while not lead our youth every time go to another country and they get die and discriminate. That's why my preoccupation, and thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. My name is Ashine from Ethiopia. I would like to give my thanks to the presenter. It was really a wonderful presentation. The issue of migration concerning Africa is always, Africa is always considered as moving continent. If you have watched all the international medias, looking at all what is propagated against Africa, the image of Africa is destroyed by all the depiction of the migration that our youth are moving out from Africa, driven by the issue of poverty, instability, and all other chaoses in Africa. And I think one of the main things that should be focused is in the member states is how countries can retain the migrants from migrating from the countries to the other areas. And specifically, when the issue of the women is so serious, as a parliamentarian who comes from Ethiopia, very proximate near to the Middle East, where our women are moving, almost every day. They are migrating for seeking a better job there, and the way they are treated is really bad. And I think one of the things that I didn't hear from the presentation is the right of women to education and training, the skills that are needed for women even to work. We have to train them. We have to give them the skills needed for the workforce that we need, including in any country. They can be in any country, but we need to focus on educating women, training them so that they will have skills to go and work anywhere. Thank you.
Et puis la dame de Gambie après.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you all. My contribution will be, at least, I think we have to go back to our various countries to be more responsible of our own actions. Because previously, when you look at the continental migration, in 2 decades ago, women are not in the migration a lot. But now I think we are committing about 50% of the migration now. And by looking at that, so women migration diverse so many reasons, from leaving behind poverty, conflict of climate or related disasters, inequality, abuses, that also make them to migrate, not even their intention, but something forced them to do so. What are the mechanisms in place and what can be in place to defend or to stop such a migration from the women side? And I think our countries must be doing so by promoting the stability and the education and employment opportunity for women. By doing so, I think some of these unnecessary migrations will be reduced. We cannot be continuously looking at migration centers. Women will be abused. If they are financially bankrupt, their fellow men will be capitalized on those things. And sometimes they will be producing unwanted child. Some of them, they will even relinquish the kids to the detention centers. They will abandon their kids, and all these are affecting. It's all related to the uncertainty from our various countries. I think our government should be responsible to make sure that they put a serious mechanism. By leaving your country, you have to have a means to do so. When you are leaving, you have to know that you are going for a destiny whereby the government is not there. It's going to be on your own. But by doing so, wherever country they are, they also need to be protected. The human rights, fundamental rights should protect them there. They are not criminals. They are looking for greener pastures. So by doing so, I think it's a responsibility for our governments also to come up with a serious note, continental African law, to make sure that all the immigrants are protected wherever they are. The color of the country doesn't matter. Humanity matters, what we are doing right now. I think PAP has a responsibility. We have to trigger our governments, our various governments, to make sure that there's a serious ratification to protect the humanity, not only on the women and children's rights, but the humanity itself needs to be protected. We need to have a single continental travel document that will protect. You have a free movement from Africa. When you want to be in Europe, if you are European, you don't need any other document. The only passport you have that will guarantee you from point A to point B. So why not Africa? You want to travel from east or west, you have to go through a visa process. If you don't get a visa, you can go. At least we should honor ourselves and try to see ourselves as one individual in the same continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Honorable Newton Samakai from Zambia. First and foremost, I would want to commend all the presentations that were made this morning. They are all apt to the points that are being discussed. Madam Chairperson, my observation is related to some of the questions that have been raised by my colleagues in regard to the protocols that have been, some of them signed, but not domesticated in most of our countries on the continent. The question that I would want to put forward is that why can't the African Union put in place a mechanism to sanction countries that have not signed up and domesticated those protocols which have been agreed at this fora, if indeed they present advantages to our countries. And I think further, I would ask our management of PAP to assemble all the protocols that have been signed up and those that have not been domesticated, so that they could be given to all members of the PAP as a campaign for awareness in our countries. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا مدام تشير. الحقيقة أنا my name is رندا مصطفى مصرية سيناتور في مجلس الشيوخ المصري. الصورة كلها يعني ليست قاتمة بهذا الشكل. خليني أقول ماذا يحدث للمهاجرين. Is there translation?
Translation is not coming.
Okay, so I will speak in English. Okay, my name is Randa Mustafa. I'm a senator in Egyptian Senate. And I want to give a good, bright idea about what is going on with the immigrants, the African immigrants in Egypt. We have a big group of students studying in all our universities. We have a big students studying in Al-Azhar al-Sharif, which is the big Islamic university. We have many laborers in Egypt, and even the African labor taking double the salary of the Egyptian laborers. They can easily come up with a birth certificate in all the institutes for their kids. So the picture is not so dark to this extent. This is, I'm telling, an experience of my country. So yes, maybe there is some difficulties in other countries, but let's also take the good example of dealing with those immigrants. Thank you very much.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je suis...
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I'm Honorable Kira from Mauritius. I chaired the Health and Social Affairs Committee here at the Pan-African Parliament. Let me begin my intervention by thanking the two presenters for the brilliant presentations they made today. Now, in the concept note that was shared with us, Madam Chair, and the statistics mentioned on labor migration in Africa, 26 million, it's mentioned, of international migrants for 2019, and then 20.3 million working age, which means that there are about 6 million of youth and children who are not who have not reached the age of majority where they can work. So I'm wondering then, where are these children and young people coming from? And it appears that they are even more vulnerable because they do not have the required documents. So, in terms of gender disaggregation as well, have we been able to identify ways of indicating the gender disaggregation? Can we say that the free movement, even though it is a positive situation, it does indirectly affect the problems of forced labor of children and illicit trade in children and women as far as sex workers is concerned? Thank you very much. I've been told that we've not much time left. I will take two interventions now, one lady and one gentleman, please. The lady over there, please go ahead, followed by the gentleman at the back. So just two, please.
You after. Yes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you, Madam Barbara Banda, as well, for the very interesting presentation she made. To add to what my colleague, Honorable Franco Khan, what you've said, let me continue in the same vein and add that when we talk about the modern slave trade, this practice is common. We are aware of this. There is the child prostitution. There's also the issue of children who migrate to other countries, and they sometimes end up working in the prostitution sector, and we should call this out. In Mauritius, we have many students who come from the African continent. The majority of the students are from Africa, many in Middlesex University in the western part of the island, where Mauritius welcomes foreign students from other African countries. But often during the weekend or when they are on break at the end of the month to try and bridge the financial gap, they work illegally. So in Mauritius, we've many foreign workers from India and Bangladesh and from the African continent. Now, these foreign workers, generally speaking, are well supported, they are legal, there are structures in place to assist them, to help them find work. So they're regular workers, and they can also address the Ministry of Labor when they feel that their rights are being infringed upon. So I'm wondering, in other regions of Africa, what is the situation as regards these structures to provide assistance? I'm from the Mauritian Parliament, as I said. Thank you. Madam Chair, thank you. I have a question that comes up very often, which I would like to pose here. We have international treaties in place, and for those who went to the Bern Conference, there was also the partition of Africa, which came up, and what rights did those who participate in this have? Legal practitioners are saying that all the decisions that were taken at the Berlin conference, I beg your pardon, not Bern, Berlin conference should be annulled. And so I'm wondering what the African Union is doing to promote the concept of one Africa, one voice. Thank you.
Alors, je vais passer la...
Thank you very much. Let me give the floor to the presenter. Obviously, she cannot answer all the questions. She said she's not from the African Union, so maybe we can continue the discussions later. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you for your responses. I think a lot of the contributions were really contributing to what can be done by PAP, which we welcome very much, and it shows the message has gotten home. The issue of equality, equality of pay, women health right and needs from Honorable from South Africa. I think it's a very pertinent question, and what I can just say there is the issue that was really brought about also by another contributor about the right for education. This happens in the top end of the ladder of employment, where you are looking at skilled workers who can negotiate contracts. And we know that now it's about giving skills to those who are looking for jobs for them to be able to negotiate. But also we know like these lower level jobs, the issue of equality of pay is not an issue really. I think the contribution from Honorable from Zimbabwe, I think it's a question to PAP. Where are the missing links? Are the protocols imposed on you? Those are issues to take back home. The issue also is about the last contribution about the Berlin conference. Again, we can see that the responses, the answers are within the parliamentarians in Africa. So basically, we appreciate that you can see where we are coming from, the frustrations that we are experiencing in terms of regular migration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Merci. Je voudrais juste relever...
I would like to raise some of the important issues that came up related to PAP. Let's come back to some of the questions. Why are the protocols not ratified? Why is the protocol not ratified by member states? And this is a valid question. Firstly, we need to know whether the Pan-African Parliament is included in the process of drafting these protocols. We are asked to promote them. We represent our citizens, but these protocols, have they been drafted only by the technicians? What was the role of the Pan-African Parliament in the drafting of these protocols? We cannot be asked to promote them if we actually don't know what they entail and if we've not even contributed to them. That's the first issue. And then secondly, when we speak of the functions of PAP, our role as PAP is to carry forward the voice of the African populace in ensuring that their voices are heard in drafting of these policies, these instruments. So we also should be supervising, and I'm wondering if the African Union has followed the appropriate structures and in drafting these policies, these protocols. There have been many questions on the protocol on migrants. The issue of whether women's rights have been taken into account in the protocol, the rights of migrants in the informal sector, has that been included in the protocol? So this means, in my opinion, if we must play a primary role in this protocol, which is of the utmost importance for all of our countries, we should begin to consider reviewing this or revising this protocol to better localize it in our different countries. If there are gaps, if there are issues to be addressed, if there are missing elements, then we would need to address this. We can go back to the African Union Commission and tell them that if we must play our role in promoting these conventions, this protocol in particular, we should be better informed, first of all, and we need to ensure that the rights of women and that's of labor migrants in the informal sector are taken into account. So these are the issues I thought needed to be emphasized. Thank you very much to you. Thank you to our presenter, Barbara Banda. Thank you so much. Could I remind the members of the Gender Committee, Gender, Family, Youth, and the Disabled, that we have a meeting at 2 p.m. in Committee Room 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for moderating this session. And thanks to Ms. Barbara Banda. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. I know you have been very patient. We started late, but we could also add a few minutes so that we complete this particular session, and then thereafter we break off for lunch, if you don't mind. Thank you so much. So we'll ask now the chairperson of Committee on Justice and Human Rights, Honorable Jean-Marie, to come forward and moderate the next session. There are two presentations, but I hope they will be very brief, and then we can have extra time to discuss. Thank you.
Merci de m'accorder la parole.
Thank you very much, Chair. As you've seen, we need to adjourn. We've not many comments that have come through. Vice President of PAP, honorable colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, our invited guests, may I greet you this afternoon. Good afternoon to you all. So I was saying, you have noted that we are a little behind schedule. As has been said, we have other items to consider, so we will try to work as we are used to, because you are fully aware that members of parliament never get tired. When we have work to do, we have to rally the troops and steady ourselves for the work ahead. So, I would like to advocate that we use the legal instruments. We consider the advocacy for the use of legal instruments, the role of the Pan-African Parliament in the African Labor Migration Advisor Committee. We need to focus on the best practices, the obstacles, difficulties, and we need to find innovative solutions to improve the level of ratification so that the relevant legal instruments are integrated or harmonized to ensure that they can be implemented at national level. So I've no additional comments to make here, but rather I would like to move quickly and request the first speaker to take the floor on this theme. You have the floor. Is it K. Umar, Business Africa? I believe you're the first presenters. I would like to invite you to take the floor. Please, you're most welcome. You've followed closely, and I think right from the outset you've been here with us, and so you know that we only give 15 minutes maximum to the presenters. So we're handing over the floor to you, please. You're welcome.
And honorable members of Pan-African Parliament, as well as the stakeholders and members of the Labour Migration Advisory Committee, good afternoon. My name is Dickens Ouma, and I'm here to represent Madam Jacqueline Mugo, who is the General Secretary of Business Africa. About Business Africa, this is a platform for engagement in continental, regional, and sub-regional socio-economic policy and discussions. There are 45 national employers organizations across Africa who are members of Business Africa. Of the 9 national employers organizations not in Business Africa, Somalia, Burundi, and South Sudan have already established working relationship with Business Africa. And I want to say this right at the onset. Being an employers organization, a continental employers organization, I want to say that productivity at the workplace knows no nationality. One will not say that this was made well because the worker was an immigrant. So we look at the qualitative approach at the workplace. The goal of Business Africa is to constantly enhance the growth of business and creation of employment and wealth in Africa. You know, it's difficult to give this discussion, especially after distinguished speakers, and that was capped by Madame Banda. I nearly stood up to say that, well, I totally agree with her and have nothing useful to add. But we have to give the perspective from the employer's body also. Why Business Africa? This is because Business Africa as an institution is the voice of business, that is, of employers at the continental level. Business Africa's strategy is to advocate for policies and actions that lead to conducive business environment that both protects the welfare of workers, supports growth, profitability, and sustainability of business enterprises, and accelerates development of Africa. Now, the Business Africa position on migration is that the movement of people and goods is the bedrock of economic, social, and cultural developments in Africa. Africa is strong when it's united and when the policy environment and political rhetoric supports the citizens of Africa to acquire skills, move and reside anywhere in Africa where they can be fully productive. Advocacy for the use of the legal instruments, and which is the core presentation that we have this morning, is that Labour Migration Advisory Committee, of which Business Africa is a member, deliberate on best practices, critical barriers and challenges, as well as identifying innovative solutions to increase ratification and domestication of relevant legal instruments. From the employer's perspective, and you know, when you talk of an employer's body, particularly when it comes to issues labor, then what instantly comes to mind is tripartism. The tripartite partnership has its bedrock and main pillar being social dialogue. So social dialogue becomes key to successful ratification, domestication, and implementation of various continental policy and legal frameworks. Social dialogue, ladies and gentlemen, leads to ownership. It leads to appreciation of realities on the ground. And most importantly, it ensures a win-win framework in terms of legislation as well as policy formulation. Tripartism, as I said, is important. This should be strengthened across Africa. Government should not just be talking to themselves. If I take an example of certain strides we've made in, breaking the border barriers when it comes to trade, then this, from a social dialogue perspective, must involve these key stakeholders. The government cannot go it alone. The tripartite partners must be part and parcel of this journey, because that is when ownership will come in for successful implementation. The private sector and trade unions, therefore, should be part and parcel of this, because they are not enemies of partner states, but rather stakeholders, social partners in that respect. Now, there's the aspect of simple, predictable, and coordinated policy and legal framework, and which is very important. Let the policies be matched by actions. The partner states need to walk the talk. For example, if the policy says it is free movement of persons, goods, and services, then the practice on the ground should just be that. Businesses and investment will thrive and help address the socio-economic challenges in Africa if the environment is predictable. And therefore, this calls for commitment to implementation and actualization of long-term continental strategy, and the plan is key. The member states are at different level of development. That one cannot be disputed. But commitment to the continental aspirations should include national efforts to approximate the national laws and practices to continental frameworks, even if ratification has not yet happened. And this happened in several jurisdictions. I know even from my own country, which is Kenya, there are certain conventions that have not been ratified, but I can tell you as a legal practitioner that we have domestic laws that are all allied to those conventions. So there is need for them to be ratified. This calls for charity beginning at home. I call upon you, honorable members, in your respective parliaments to push this agenda so that we walk on the same level. The mindset adopted at all levels should be that we as one people, and frameworks and policies adopted should make the weak member states strong and the strong member states stronger. We also have a weak formal private sector and expanding informality as a manifestation of policy and legal frameworks out of touch with these realities. Ladies and gentlemen, the truth of the matter is that if you make it hard for persons to move legally, they begin to move in an informal way. Member states have to choose what they want for Africa. In doing business legally, if doing business legally becomes very expensive, then the business continue to be done, but informally. That is the truth of the matter. If laws are complex, safe, and orderly, regular, and humane, labor migration becomes hard. What then happens? The resultant effect would be irregular and undocumented migration. We also have to institutionalize continental engagement structures at the African Union. And this calls for engagement structures and platforms which should not be left at the mercy of donors and development partners. The member states should invest in them, and there must be specialized technical committees which should be strengthened. Pan-African Parliament committees should be open to engaging continental bodies, Business Africa, and trade unions on various pieces of legislation and policies that they are considering. Labor migration, trade, air transport, and security require a unified continental approach. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa should be united in action, policy, and demand for better pay, working and living conditions, and dignity for our people working in the Gulf, Asia, Europe, and North America. Africa's trade with the rest of the world should be guided with AFCFTA. Each member state should have a product that they have exclusive rights for African markets. Talking of strategy, this will ensure that 55 products of our people consume the 55 products that our people consume are supplied 100% from Africa. This will unleash massive economic transformation and wealth and employment creation in Africa. The fragmented approach to the continent's security only leads to weaknesses at the continental level. Coordinated and united approach to security of the continent is key for stability. Instability anywhere in Africa should be a concern of the whole of Africa. This way, Africa will be able to protect her heritage and resources. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, concerted efforts and goodwill found in the economic blocs with reference to trade should be replicated in labor movements across borders and have local, regional, and ultimately continental legal and policy instruments harmonized. Africa will realize its continental potential through this route because, as I said earlier on, productivity at the workplace knows no border nor nationality. I thank you very much.
Merci. Merci. Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. You were straight to the point, and this enabled us to understand without much ado. That what was supposed to be the second presenter, was it? Did we plan for a second presenter? I think we had two themes. Am I wrong? Somebody correct me, please. Joel Odeji, Kick Africa. Am I right?
Chair, good morning. And good morning to, it's the afternoon actually, to everyone, but where I am is still morning. The name Kato Joel Odije, the Deputy General Secretary of the African Regional Organization of the International Trading Confederation. So I'll be speaking to a member of PAP as a voice for one of your critical constituency workers, organized labor, ITUC Africa, and I'll be speaking on behalf of ITUC Africa and the Organization of African Trading Unity. Brother Umar talked about the essence of tripartism. So for ITUC Africa and Organization of African Trading Unity, we are the organized labor constituencies in the Labor Migration Advisory Committee of the African Union, who is advising member states on issues of labor migration. And when we talk about labor migration, of course, we know we are talking about workers. So we will be speaking on behalf of our members to their different representatives in the various African countries. And between our both organizations, we have members in all 54 member states. And for my organization, we represent 18 million membership paying men and women on the continent of Africa. I will speak very quickly because for time, and secondly, because quite a number of the things I will say have been said by others. So I do not want to bother you, but to repeat. But clearly, in terms of setting the scene for our appreciation, the issue around is agreed that this is a historical phenomenon and that human beings as humans will always move. And that as when you talk about movement, mobility, there is a question of rights that is embedded, engraved in it. And that we have seen globally that migration offers benefits to everybody concerned. In other words, to the economies, countries of origins, transit countries, and countries of destinations or host country, as the case may be. And as organized labor, there is no migration crisis, and there is no labor migration crisis as such. But what we have is a governance crisis of migration. In other words, we are not able to manage the governance issues very well. And that's why it is what it is. With COVID-19, quite a number of issues have come out very clearly that will demand the attention of PAP in terms of policy legislations, in terms of rulemaking that needs to enhance the right of persons on the move better. We are also seeing, and as representatives, you are all politicians. We have seen on the continent that politicians are using migration as a cheap tool to gain popularity and to divide people in a way that it ought not to be. But we have also seen that these persons are able to do so because, by and large, we are seeing quite a number of African states. In other words, you are seeing increased governance deficits in one country, and then citizens, of course, can't stand it. They have to move, and when they move to other places, we begin to hear this talk about people have come to take our jobs, people, ability, our security. Those crises are there. Lastly, we want to say that when we talk about migration, it's not a security issue. So you don't have to securitize migration in a way that when you make the law, it is internal affairs dealing with it, and every other ministries or agencies are second rate. And we say this because we can point to countries where they have shown us clearly that migration is not a security issue. In other words, it doesn't pose risk, quote and unquote, to insecurity. In other words, when you have security issues, they are always internal, and there are rules to deal with it internally. Rwanda is a clear case of how, when you look at migration as a security issue, as not a security issue, you find that even while there are challenges with that country internally and externally, Rwanda has never closed itself to people coming in. And Rwanda has even had quite a number of progressive policies to make people want to come. But of course, that is not to say for some of us, we are happy or excited about the Rwanda approach with the United Kingdom about bringing repatriated persons or Africans to Rwanda. That is another issue entirely that we might need to look at, even including PAP, having to look at that at the level of legislation. It's not how we want to go. But lastly, I would say ratification is very, very key. When we have governance, you need, it ought to be rule-based, rule-governed. And standards are the basis of doing so. And when we talk about standards, it is helpful to look inward first on our continent, Africa, and we look at what exists, what treaty obligations have we entered into as Africans with the international community that we ought to respect. And respecting them, it means we are domesticating them, and then more importantly, we are applying them, we are enforcing them when they are not respected. So those are the background context I would like to lay. And of course, also to say, these days when we talk about labor migration, and I use COVID-19 going forward to say that more and more of that, we see challenges of labor migration with more with women and with more with young persons. I made the point earlier that people will continue to move. And that when people move ordinarily, it is more labor migration oriented, because you find that the least you find when people move is that you find 80% of those persons ready to want to work, to want to do something to earn a living. Either they want to set up small business to generate revenue for themselves and to do so. Even when in extreme cases, when they are internally displaced or when they are refugees, we have found out that work has become the heart of human dignity. People seldom want to accept handouts, and so they want to work to generate handout. And so, whilst we look at labor migration issue, our first position is that labor migration should be zero-sum. It shouldn't be that people are forced to leave. People should make it as a decision to want to leave, not forces pushing them or compelling them. But when you have high unemployment, very poor wages, very thin social protection provisions, the absence of human and labor rights, high political persecution, high state of violent insecurity, then people are likely to want to move to safe havens or to more prosperous community. But lastly, is to say that for Africa and for PAP, the idea of how it can contribute to the actualization of Agenda 2063 is critical. And one of the areas of the flagships of Agenda 2063 is the integration of Africa. And it means at the end, Africans being able to move within their continent. It means a new kind of governance that prides itself about solidarity and look at what it means when it's talking about, when there is a discussion around sovereignty. How do you manage sovereignty against solidarity? How do we advance the consciousness of the Ubuntu essence, the Ubuntu spirit? It is important because when we give it exclusively as sovereignty, will be my citizens versus other African citizens, which might negate the Ubuntu essence and the essence of solidarity. But when we begin to look at what kind of solidarity arrangement can exist, then we can do something better. I had I've forgotten the parliamentarian from which country, but he talks about, shouldn't there be a sanction for member states when we don't ratify what we ought to, in a way. It will have looked nice, but we know the African Union use more persuasion tools than sanctions. Sanctions, why it has used, our experience has shown that it has been on extreme measures, especially on issues of the deficit around democracy and governance. It has been seldomly used in terms of sanction. But then what you find is that interrogating it, you find that the African Union should have also been able to do more on value. When I say value to the AU, the African Union as it is today, and the PAP and all of that, is driven more by geography. In other words, we are all in Africa. We are all Africans, and so we are members of this organization. but we are not member of the African Union because we subscribe to the values of the African Union. And this is where I would say to us that if it works, we can borrow it. The European Union, Europe has geography, but European Union is not driven by geography. It is driven by values. You must subscribe to certain values of the EU before you become a member. So perhaps that is one of the things PAP will also, by way of legislation, begin to think through. Well, if it helps the EU, maybe this is something we can look at. Quickly, comrade parliamentarians, when we talk about migrant labor migration, it's clearly the issues of rights, and I'm happy just exactly the way parliaments work in our countries. That's the way the Pan-African parliament is structured, committees. So the committees on freedom of association, the committee on human rights, the committee on labor, as it were, we should take interest in some of these issues. That when we talk about migration, labor migration, we're essentially looking at rights issues. And I've talked about some of the rights issues that have come up recently. And I'm using COVID-19 moving forward. I want to be quick about it. First, occupational health and safety issues have become very critical going forward. And so linked to that is how much of it in all categories, in areas of our work, people get personal protective equipment, including migrants. Those of our migrants in our countries and those of our nationals going outside, how much of it. We have seen that there is an issue of restriction. You can't go. This is how you must go. The visa regime has been used as a tool of restriction. And unfortunately, amongst ourselves, we still have that restriction. I can say for myself, maybe from my tone, you will understand, I would have also loved to be with you physically. But for the visa regime situation on our own continent, I couldn't do that physically because I live in Togo as a Nigerian. If I have to get a visa to South Africa, I must go to the Republic of Benin to get the visa before I can travel. It takes a bit of 5 working days. That restriction is an issue. But it's even worse for labor migrants outside our continent, particularly those.
Il vous reste 2 minutes.
Far west.
Si vous m'écoutez, il vous reste 2 minutes.
Story, please.
Il vous reste 2 minutes.
You're left with 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes left, please. 2 minutes left.
Okay. What I will say is that I have the presentation that I've sent. I thought it was 15 minutes I was giving, and I was timing myself with that 15 minutes. To say 2 things: the challenges are there. There are structural issues. There are issues of insecurity. The issue of securitization I've talked about. We have a weak coherence at the national and regional level in terms of how we work with organizations, government institutions. We will need to work on that. Then there is weak reporting. When member states ratify certain conventions and domesticate them, reporting on the obligation, the implementation has been very weak. And we think capacity support for member states will help to do that. And then there are cases where we have perception of very good national laws as against regional policy. So if my law is better at the country level, why do I have to ratify? You do that because at the end, you just align it with your national law. So those are some of the challenges, but innovative ways because of time. We want to see how much more PAP also can be supported to appreciate first all legal instruments that are related to labor migration and get them within the relevant committees to also work with. The AU will be in a better position to do this. This will help very much well. But if we don't have a functional or improved administration of the rule of law in our country, especially on the issue of ratification and application, will be weak. Advocacy is central. This is what we are doing to PAP. We think PAP should also take this to members of the executive arm when they get home to see what needs to be done. We want to do, we say for Africans, can we have skills development on our continent in a way that we can leverage internally? What are the skill deficits in Africa? And how can we improve the skills amongst ourselves so that our people can move within themselves and work and live in harmony in a way that will work? But social partners have talked about it. Support for capacity building would be also important. Then we could use reservation for ratification. In other words, a country doesn't want to ratify, it seeks reservation. But in terms of implementation, it has ways of implementing it without necessarily disagreeing with the of that piece of legislation. There is a peer review. Can we do peer review in terms of how we have done this? NEPAD is explicit on how we can do peer review. And in best practice, I will quickly show one example here, and I will stop. Between Rwanda and Benin Republic, there was a very good peer review to the point that the president of Benin visited Rwanda and saw how Rwanda is applying migration issues, including labor migration policies. The president went back home on the basis of review. The president of Benin Republic took away visa regime for Africa. And so as we speak, in Benin, it is come and start. The same thing when you want to work. The procedures for working in that country are also progressive. Can we begin to peer review ourselves in a way that we can achieve more this kind of ratification? But much more, please, for labor migration policies and instruments, we will recommend that members of the committee look at NOMLES. NOMLES is an ILO tool of engagement online. All member states present. It tells you how many instruments your countries have ratified, which one they have not ratified. It shows you the level of implementation and what needs to be done to improve it. And if you need assistance to do it more, if you see the ILO office will readily provide you the support for helping to bring up your capacity for reporting on this legislation. I think if we do some of these things as member states, we will have improved the industrial legislative environment for the continent. I want to thank you, Chair, and I want to thank you all for your attention. Thank you very much.
Okay, c'est nous qui voulons.
We equally thank you for the wonderful presentation you just did. Without much ado, honorable MPs, you all listened that productivity at a job site doesn't make any difference between migrants and that people ought to be treated the same way. It's necessary to create an enabler environment at the job site to ensure growth and productivity, and this should certainly be part of those treating or dealing with migrants. And we were also called upon as Parliament to work with the African Union to fast-track some ratifications. And we just learned that governance on migration should be based on rules.
Vous comprenez avec moi que c'est.
If there are no rules, you all agree with me that it will be very challenging. Without much ado, therefore, I will give the floor to our colleagues for intervention. I would start with the President of the chairperson of the Trade Committee or Committee on Trade.
To thank the two presenters for eloquently presenting the two themes, the two topics. I asked for my intervention mainly to talk about a statement made by the second presenter. I just wanted to mention that Rwanda is one of the few African countries with a progressive migration policy. In the sense that Rwanda is one of the 4 countries in Africa that allows Africans to receive their visa on arrival. And I think that is quite progressive. 2, he talked about the issue of Rwanda being one of the few countries that have received migrants, particularly from Libya. As you are well aware, the migrants from Libya, like it was mentioned earlier on, have actually gone to that country through an arrangement of trafficking. And they are mistreated. Many of them have actually lost their lives. So Rwanda has played a very significant role in bringing them over to Rwanda. And when they come, they receive, they are provided training in different skills. They are also provided healthcare, among other things. But they're also assisted to continue looking for asylum in a more dignified manner. And I want to state here that majority of them have actually moved on to other countries as they had intended to. So when you talk about the UK agreement between Rwanda and UK, sincerely speaking, when you look at the way the migrants are being treated in, in those water, large ocean, the ocean, I think the Atlantic Ocean, they are terribly mistreated, and many of them have lost their lives. So if you ask anyone, what is the other alternative? And Rwanda is providing an alternative to the extent that these people will come to Rwanda, they will be provided the same treatment like those that have been brought in from Libya and other countries. And they will be assisted to look for asylum, but in a more dignified manner. And they'll be provided with health care, they'll be provided with skills. And so I think it is not reasonable to criticize without looking at the details of the agreement. So that is my comment, but otherwise I thank the presenters for the very good contributions. Thank you so much.
Ici, je vois la I can see another hand there. Please, you.
Honorable Chairperson, my only contribution is the conveners or those who have come up with this workshop or discussion that we are holding now. What can they do to include the members of parliament, the Pan-African Parliament, to some form of platform that we continuously engage so that we deal with this migration issue? We really feel for our people when we see them struggling, dying in the ocean, treated like animals. We really feel bad. So how can we be directly involved in some form of platform that we continue to engage some of the presenters in their various capacities to ensure that our people are treated with dignity?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want, like my colleagues have said, I want to commend members, the presenters who have given us more detailed submissions about this important subject. Mr. Chairman, we are talking about ratification. I want to interest myself to the issue of goodwill. Majority or many countries that have attempted to ratify, there is a lot of debate on goodwill. How ready are they to implement these ratifications? The most important matter now across Africa is not about the law. We may have the law, but the quality of the implementation. We are looking at very many Africans moving from border to border, suffering. We are talking about labor mobility being very difficult. We wouldn't be having so much discussion about this. Why should it be very difficult for us to travel within our own continent? Why should it be really a tug of war for one to come from one country to another to do business, to offer service, to share a skill? Why would it be like that one? I think the most important part now here, Mr. Chairman, is the goodwill. How ready are we as Africa to take on this particular problem? We are talking about implementation of law, policy, principles, and these protocols. We as Africans, we as member countries, we need to be ready. We need to exhibit our readiness to see that these things work out, because we want to have something that can really work out. We are looking at many countries having challenges. We are now seated looking at how do we get the best out of us. We are looking at the quality. The quality of the population also matters, Mr. Chairman. The quality of the workers. Fine, we have the workers. The other colleague was talking about the workers going to do in plantations. We're having workers moving from one country to another, just doing petty work. Yet we would be having a system of creating more opportunities. And then we see how we set the African continent at its best. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. I'm at your left here. I see Désiré Mélanger.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I rise, my name is Amos. His name is Masondo. I'm the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces in South Africa. I rise to raise two points. The first is that I would like to endorse and support the idea that has been raised by Honorable Togaregi from Zimbabwe in relation for the need to deepen our debate and to work out ways and means of ensuring that we take this debate that is taking place in this committee, of course, to plenary, but also to overall work of the of PAP. Secondly, to request that all the slides, as well as the presentations that have been made here, should be made available to all participants. That would go a long way in assisting other related and relevant processes. Thank you very much.
I'm here. To your extreme right, you can see me.
Panama.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank
okay,
you,
sorry,
sir.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Chairman, colleagues, I think that if you observe all the discussions we have had, sorry, my name is Joseph Oseusu, a member of parliament from Ghana. If you listen to all the discussions we have had, at our level, at the official level, there's no problem at all with any of the things we're talking about: cooperation, free movement, ratification. The real challenge from my observation is that we have not moved the discussion from our level to the everyday people level. And therefore, the people-to-people connection that will make free movement easy is a big challenge. I'm from West Africa, so I can speak to what happens within the West African communities. Movement between people living in Togo and Ghana is so frequent that if you go to Accra today, probably the most talked about are the artisans from Togo. They are respected, they are loved, they are employed freely by everyday people because they are known and accepted as very good working with their hands in construction, in building, and in carpentry. Between Ghanaians and Burkinabés, between Ghanaians and Ivorians, between Burkinabés and Togolese, there's so much interaction that whatever we do at the executive and parliamentary level will not change that. It is that kind of people-to-people connection that I see as missing in many of the challenges that I read about, I see. I think what it calls for is a deliberate effort at promoting people-to-people connection, education, and orientation of our people to accept and work with people who move from other countries. I'm sure that everybody who has studied West Africa will see that it is one of the most successful groups in the continent because truly there has been many years of people-to-people movement. And what we do as legislators, as government, is only to regularize or bring into fruition, put it into law, what is it that the people do among themselves. I think that is the way to go. Facilitating and encouraging our people to develop the people-to-people connection, starting their own trade, their own businesses, without necessarily needing governments to push them. I thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I see no hand raised, therefore let me give the floor first to Aline. Aline, the speaker, please. Can you take the floor? Oh, I think there's a technical glitch here. The speaker is on the call.
Comme on peut commencer par vous.
Start by you. The floor is yours.
Honorable members, thank you very much for your interventions. I understand Honorable Joseph from Ghana to be laying emphasis on social integration as the starting point. And I totally agree with that. Let me say this, and this is my personal experience, and thank you very much, a chairperson of the Trade Committee, for using the words that the last presenters eloquently made their presentation. You all, for those of you who are there, and I'm sure most of you are there, in the late 70s and early 80s, the Republic of Uganda had a lot of problems. My brother from Republic of Uganda is here. Kenya is not represented because, we just had elections the other day. The new members have not been sworn in. But during the tumultuous period in Uganda, there was free cross-border labor into Kenya. In 2 schools that I attended in high school, I was actually taught by Ugandans. One of my English teachers, Dr. Opira, I'm still in communication with him up to now. So the eloquence that you talk about actually came from Uganda. When I cross the border and come there, please treat me with, like a brother. I belong to you. So this is a testimony of what free labor movement in Africa can do to us. It produced, in the fullness of time, a young man from the lakes of Victoria, and who was written to be was recent to be in the premier, African Employers Organization, Business Africa. And I'm sure there are many stories that could be said with respect to that. I'm just wondering if this happened in the 80s and early 90s with no proper, laws, what has suddenly happened in Africa? Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, let's take this from our domestic parliaments, and as rightly suggested by the second speaker, I've forgotten the name, let Pan-African Parliament get involved, not at the subcommittee level, but at the plenary level. This is the message that the Employers Organization Africa wishes to deliver to this distinguished House. I thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you for the clarifications you provided. Without further ado, let me invite the next speaker.
I'm struggling with the connection. Just to say that, just to reiterate 2 points. The first point, I completely agree that Africa does not necessarily have a rules crisis. In other words, in terms of the rules, in terms of the policies, in terms of the laws. But when we talk about labor migration, there are some gaps. And when we talk about a continental coherence, there is also some gap. The African Protocol on Free Movement, the establishing of the economies of a free movement, residence, and establishment. We've just talked about it, that it has only 4 ratifications from 54. That is a challenge. And we are saying that there are quite a number of countries that have progressive laws at the national level. Ordinarily, these countries shouldn't have problem ratifying. Let's encourage these countries to quickly ratify. And we are saying to be able to speed every member up to date, there are websites, there are available spaces for us to be able to do that. And I'm happy about the request for further engagement with the presenters. And we are ready. As Africans, that is all we can do to support this very important structure to do its work well. Secondly, I want to make the point that the issue of application is as important, if not even more important than anything, the issue of application. And that is where we actually see the crisis also of the governance issue. And this is what we see. First, let's see how we can improve the application of our laws amongst ourselves as Africans. And then we say if we protect it, because we have noticed that quite a number of our African government are interested in sending our citizens, our nationals, outside the shores of our countries to work. And we celebrate that as employment creation, which is correct, but we don't follow it up with corresponding protection for these migrant workers. And that is why we see a number of cases of our nationals, especially in the Middle East, quite a number of them return in coffins, quite a number of them are abused, and then our government cannot effectively protect them, including our embassies. Let's see how much more we can work far better on the protection of our nationals. Yes, continental movement and the benefit of it for Africa cannot be overemphasized. And this is why we say, with the comrades asking, why can't we move freely on our continent to work and to share skills and to do all of that? We say, can we have much audit? Where are the gaps in terms of the skills on the continent? And then how do we build the skills so that we can do them more? And this is why we talk about whole of state approach, whole of state, Ministry of Labor, working with the Ministry of Education, working with the Ministry of Internal Affairs, working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, together saying, what do we have? In other words, our curriculum is developed so that when people take certificate from South Africa, they go to Burkina Faso, that certificate is recognized on the basis of standardization, on the basis of that qualification that has been rated. And when there are gaps in terms of the skill in South Africa, how can we get people from Burkina Faso to readily come there to work without being harassed in a way? We can do this amongst ourselves. And when we do this far better with ourselves, then engaging with those outside our continent becomes far more for us. And I leave the last point that I made African Union of Geography to the African Union. We will all do that. And that is the essence at the top of our engagement. I thank you, Chair. And I thank you for your attention. Thank you for the wonderful.
Merci, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to thank all the speakers, and I'd like to thank the Pan-African Parliament that enabled us to have such an important workshop, such an important seminar. We all witness all these phenomena, all these migrants that are mistreated, and so many people dying while crossing the continent. And even on the social media, we see migrants that perish in the Mediterranean and in other seas. So these are important issues that we MPs have to take seriously, and we really need to move forward in terms of ratification, not only ratification of the instruments, because as you said, we can ratify the instruments and not implement them. So the work of any MP is to continue making advocacy and trying to convince the member states to ratify, to sign, ratify, but also implement these tools or these instruments on the field. Let me give the floor now to the chairperson of our session today.
Of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights for very good moderation of this session. And thanks also to the two presenters. Kindly give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. We have been extremely patient, and I want to thank you for that. We are only left with one session, which will be very brief. And I would like to invite the Deputy Chairperson to guide us through the draft communique. I think it will take a very short time, and then thereafter we will ask the chairperson of the Committee on Health to close the session. Honorable Vice Chairperson, you can come to the front.
A very good afternoon to all. We have a document in front of us. My name is McHenry Venani. I am the Deputy Chair of the Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration. We shall be very brief. In 3 minutes, we will be done. The 1 minute, I want to preface a saying that was said by a person during the during the Holocaust in Germany, that when they came for the socialist, I was not a socialist and I didn't do anything. When they came for the Catholic, I was not a Catholic. I didn't do anything. And when they came for the Jew, I was not a Jew and I didn't do anything. And then they came for me, quote unquote. Many politicians across the region of Africa because many of our countries are not affected by migration, so much by migration. Many parliamentarians treat this issue as a non-issue to us. But one day, one of ourselves, through economic or social or political circumstances, will find ourselves in a situation where we need proper migration laws for ourselves to be protected. So looking the other way and thinking that this is a West African problem, a North African problem, a problem of South Africa and not mine, would not be able to help us. Having said that, the joint communique is in front of you, very elaborate, but let's go to page, if there's any amendments to page 1, page 2, page 3. I think the most important part is page 3 on the recommendations, and this is where I want to speed up. The meeting agreed to strengthen protection and promotion of the rights of migrant workers through collaborative measures and strategies, and to continue to promote the mainstreaming of labor migration issues within the overall dialogue on migration at national, regional, and continental levels, including working together. 1, to facilitate advocacy and capacity building of PAP, regional and national parliaments, and labor migration, and I think that's very important. To disseminate and popularize AU economic, regional economic bodies and international legal instruments on labor migration and mobility. 3, enhance existing collaborations and lobby other key stakeholders to advocate for ratification and domestication of relevant legal instruments. And I think parliamentarians should also play a greater role at domestication of these laws. Gather information to be able to monitor and evaluate the status of ratification and implementation of relevant legal instruments by member states. Promote, support the ratification of international human rights and labor standards as per the annexure, hearing and domestication of these standards in national law and policy in member states. Again, members of parliament are the ones that are lawmakers, and the absence of these laws question the seriousness of members of parliament to implement them. 5, champion key AU and regional economic blocs and international legal instruments on labor migration and mobility towards member states. The meeting encouraged member states to, important, to ratify and adopt relevant human rights, labor and other international and regional legal instruments related to labor migration, revise and enforce implementation thereof at the national level and share good practices and approaches. 2, develop human rights-based and gender-responsive laws, policies, and strategies, conclude interstate agreements, including bilateral labor agreements, when necessary, which would govern and facilitate safe, dignified, and regular migration, including labor migration. Strengthen the capacities of the labor migration policies makers, administrators, and institutions on international labor standards, decent work, skills, and qualifications recognition, social protection, and promoting regular pathways through efficient labor migration governance. Those are the key important recommendations. Are there any other additions that we want to bring to the recommendations so that we conclude this important communique? Going once, going twice. Yes, Honorable, two important members here.
Yeah. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chairman, I think that since this is a communique related to the entire discussion, I think that in the resolutions or recommendations, we also called upon the African Union Commission to involve the Pan-African Parliament in crafting the various protocols and the other tools. Maybe we can incorporate this idea as well in this communique. Thank you.
That's a very good suggestion, but number 1 says we must facilitate advocacy and capacity building of PAP. So I think that encapsulates your position that we need to play a bigger role, because if we build capacity at PAP level, we can be able to build a bigger role going forward. But we could include that. I'm very amenable to your proposal. Madam?
I suggest that we include best practice in some countries, and so we can highlight the best practice and how other countries can follow. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's rather a typo I'm referring to here. It's paragraph 3 in the French version and Roman numeral 4. Gather information to be able to monitor and evaluate the status of ratification. We're speaking about ratifying a legal instrument, so I think there's a repetition in French. Thank you.
Out of that typo and make a correction. Very good. Madam? Honorable Masondo, your neighbor, she wanted to say something. Yes. Yes.
I said already. Thank you.
Honorable Togaribi.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Chairman, I don't know how you can craft that one, but I'm thinking if we can have in our recommendation something that talks to us taking the issue of migration to the grassroots of Africa so that people can understand what migration is, what it entails, what are the challenges, what are the advantages of people moving across borders, how we can bring it to the last person in our society. It may be very important. Thank you.
Okay, that's advocacy. I think advocacy take care of that we must create a much robust advocacy on the continent. But I hear you. My brother from Zambia.
Yeah. I think earlier on in the discussions, I raised the point that the AU must come up with a mechanism that would be able to make the countries that are not taking these protocols seriously to be able to account to the AU and give reasons as to why they are not domesticating some of these protocols. I think it is important, otherwise we'll be talking about the same thing over and over again.
Noted. Honorable Masondo, we said 3 minutes. We said 3 minutes.
Yes.
We are over.
Yes.
We are at 7 now.
Now, I'll try to be very, very brief, Chairperson. I think we do need to say in as practical a manner as possible that we must learn from international experience and embrace the reality of migration as part of human existence. What I mean by that is that there are many practical examples that have already been given in this meeting, really indicating that migration continues is one of those realities that we have to contend with. But I'm just saying that it may be very useful just to emphasize it in our communique as we move in a direction that Honorable Togaregi seems to be suggesting, that this must be integrated at a local level, because when all is said and done, nobody stays at a place called international or continental. Finally, the issue is at a local level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Secretariat is noting that. Any other amendments or additions? Going once? Going twice? Shall we adopt this communique with amendments? Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chairperson for the Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration. Mata, thank you so much for moderating that session. And we will continue improving on the draft communique as stated. So right now we'll invite the Chairperson of the Pan-African Parliament Committee on Health to close the session. Honorable Jean-Patrice
Merci de me donner la parole.
Chair, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, distinguished invited guests, allow me to begin by thanking the presenters today for the high quality of their presentations. We have been edified on the issues of migration, and we've understood our role as parliamentarians to limit the migration of labor on the continent. And with that, I would like to express my thanks to my colleagues, the members of parliament, for their commitment. Every time a need has been expressed, which is for the good of our people, they have been here. So thank you very much. I'd also like to thank the staff of the Pan-African Parliament and the staff from the organs of the African Union who have spared no effort to provide their full support and draw on their experience for our benefit. We have all been subject to massive migration on our continent. We've seen the situation continues to evolve, and it has led to instability for many of our people as they seek a better livelihood. And so we have seen the challenges, we've been discussing them. So now, in order to implement our protocol, we need collaboration of all the stakeholders. If we want to realize the objectives set by Agenda 2063 as to the integration of our continent, the respect of human rights must be at the center of all our discussions. So let me thank you all and adjourn this meeting and wish you bon appetit.
Much, Chairperson, Committee on Health, for the closure of this session. Let me kindly invite you to take a photo at the front. Protocol will organize. And then we have also been invited for lunch at the restaurant. I think you've been given coupons. So thank you so much. So we'll have our vice presidents coming at the front, then the committee chairs, and then the rest.